Gaga, ooh la la la, ba ba da ra da ba da, gaga, ooh la la la. You're watching PCDD. Good morning, good morning, good morning all. Hello, hello, hello. Howdy doody doody doody. We are now live. Hopefully, we are multi-streaming. Morning chill, first in as well. Morning chill, first in as well. There we go. I can rhyme. I am getting all my notifications come through because we have gone live on both YouTube and that Twitch thingy bob. Good morning. You've missed my little intro of Gaga, ooh la la la. You're watching PCDD live. Good morning, good morning, good morning all. Hope you're all doing well. I am just making sure my notifications are turned off. We've got a super busy day. I need some volume, don't I? James, would you mind playing that once more? Because that never came through. For whatever reason, I didn't get any audio when you did that I ship. I do not know why. Good morning. No. Oh, I'll tell you why. For some reason, I'm going to turn this back up. For some reason, I've got everything set up on my Stream Deck for launching. But for whatever reason, the button on the Stream Deck is now disconnected from... right, that now should work. We should have that. Let me just try exclamation ship once more.
PCDD, little shit.
Oh, we've got it. There we go. Streambot hadn't launched off my Stream Deck buttons for whatever reason. So good morning. Good morning, JFix. Good morning, EDM. And good morning, Chill. And we have, that'll be me watching on Twitch as well. I get one viewer on Twitch, which is myself. But who cares? I only come for the popular kids on YouTube. That's how we do it, isn't it? We don't bother with Twitch. So guys, we have got quite a busy day today. I was hoping this week was going to be a little bit more chilled and relaxed. Hey, we got your name check in there, chill and relax. I was hoping this week was going to be a little bit more relaxed, but we've got this one we started yesterday. When all my computers had gone far away, we didn't know what was up with this until we took the cover off and saw it had more fur than a Furby. So we're going to have a look at that today. That is a no power. Just dead. Morning, Aussie. Good morning, Aussie. So we've got that one to do today. We have our hard drive turned up for that. And we've got a 1,200 watt power supply to fit inside a desktop PC. Now, we did diagnose the desktop PC last week, so we are going to be doing that. So please stay tuned. That's kind of the course of what I've got booked in already. So I've got three, maybe 4 jobs. But we never know what walks through the door. As it is, you never know what's going to walk through the door. We have got a cup of tea just to keep me going. And this morning I have put 1 sugar in. Yeah, 1,200 watt, 1,200 watts of juicy suck down electricity. Morning, Erich. Morning, Sean. Good morning. So yeah, 1,200 watt, and it's quite a big. Let me go grab it. I'll show you the size of it. It's quite a big power supply as well. Needs a bit of a spruce because it's not a new item, but so that is a gosh, it weighs a ton. That's a conventional power supply compared to 1,200 watt. So it's what's that about? Well, I'd tell wife that was about 9 inches longer, but in reality it's probably 2 inches, 5 centimeters longer. Same width and everything, and everything else, but yeah, the length. It's a bit of a beast. It's a whopper. Burger King would be proud of that. It certainly is a whopper. I just need to put it out of the way because I have not got room for it. So we're going to be fitting that later. He had a choice between a 650 watt power supply and a 1,200 watt, and he's opted for the 1,200 watt used unit rather than a new one. So yeah, that's what we've got. But we are gonna kick off with this one this morning. We have this this gaming laptop, which is a whatever this is. But we will. How long have we been live? We've only been live a couple of minutes, so we will just have a quick spruce of tea just to keep me hydrated. I'm hoping. I've spent some time this morning trying to get OBS back up and running, which is why I think my buttons have become unconnected. Because on Stream Deck you kind of link all the actions together. Tell it just by one button press on a Stream Deck and it'll do the X, Y, and Z. But yeah, up please. Oh, thank you. I was reading that. I didn't know what it meant. Oh yeah, I need to go onto live chat as well. Oh, excuse me. My thing will be telling me, yeah, hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. Certainly with that 1200 watt power supply, it's a bit of a beast. I very much doubt whether many people have actually seen a 1200 watt in the wild, because it's a bit more of an uncommon one. Anything over 1,000 is a bit more of an uncommon one. So I don't think he really needs it. I did say to him, look, you could probably borderline with a 650. Ideally, maybe an 800 or an 850, but yeah, it's not needed, is it? Not needed. I think borderline is 650 for the system he's got. It's, if you remember the day we did the humongous one, the massive one. We had this one in at the same day, which was, I think we worked at the end of last week and beginning of this week, and it is another big one, but nowhere near as big. It is really heavy. The side panels alone must weigh 1 kilo each. So it is, but it's the server one, so it's got 8 slots of RAM in it. It's the Threadripper. I should have put that on there, shouldn't I? Should put that in the description. It's the you need to change your. Oh damn! I've got it wrong resolution again. Yeah, it's the Threadripper 1900, I think it is. AMD Threadripper. What's in it? So they do, when they're under full load, they do drink a little bit. They have got a bit of a thirsty habit, but it's unlikely to ever be up at full load too much, because he don't really push it. It's just a bit of a, he uses it as a gaming machine, which is obviously the wrong thing. A Threadripper is not really a gaming computer. So we are where we are with it. But he's having a 1200 watt supply. It'll match the case. It'll just make it even heavier. What happened with the massive one? Was there an answer? There was. I did cover it, I think, on yesterday's stream at some point. So the massive one, if anyone wasn't tuned in, this was a 52 kilogram computer. It was huge, massive, 114 pounds, 8 stone in weight. So we diagnosed it with, we took the CPU out. Fortunately, we took it out live on air, live on stream. So I had evidential proof. And when I took the cover off to reveal the CPU, took the CPU out of the slot, there's quite a lot of damage to the pins in the slot. So we did some other testing and things like this. Swapped the CPU because I had another CPU, which is now going to find a new home. This is going off to JFix. JFix is going to be building a new system with that. Put that one in and it worked. So process of elimination, it worked with the new CPU. It didn't work, and we did try this multiple times. It didn't work with the old CPU. So we diagnosed it with needing a new CPU. Spoke to the customer and he went, yeah, I'll get a new CPU. He got a new CPU. We put his new CPU in, didn't work. Tried my test CPU, still did not work. Tried his old CPU, still did not work. It was coming up with the same boot code. So took the CPUs out, looked again at the socket, and 2 of the pins had melted. So that's given us a catch up of where we were. Took quite a few streams to get to that point. The motherboard alone was £600. I bet there were probably £1,000 just in motherboard and CPU. It was a 13900K, which we all know has got known issues. Coupled with it was so big I could hardly move it on the desk and so heavy. Anyway, spoke to the customer, came down, lovely, lovely couple. They had said they're going to try and take it back under warranty. So they were going to complain under warranty for the motherboard because they said nobody has ever been in it. And this is why it was important I did it on stream live, because obviously I opened it and there were damage, and I've got evidential proof that that was the first time I opened it. It turned out he'd had it 2.5 years. So I did explain, I said there's probably not much chance of getting any type of warranty claim, certainly from Scan Computers where it was from. Even if they have misfitted it, you'll have to prove that you've not been inside of it. Difficult one to prove that. 2.5 years down the line, difficult one to prove, to say I have not ever opened this. Scan would say, well, it obviously has been opened because we wouldn't have fitted it like that, or the PC repairer could have done it. Well, I'd got proof that I hadn't. So upshot of it is, I said to him, look, it's a £600 motherboard. Instead of buying another board and still possibly a CPU, because CPU won't be cheap for it, you know, I think the one he got was £300, something like that. I said, if your CPU's fail, getting another one is going to be somewhere between £300 and £500, depending where you're going to new or used. Are you wanting to spend £1,000? No, budget of £400. So we went onto Amazon, found him a Ryzen AM5 bundle, because he'd got DDR5 RAM already, for £340 for the CPU and motherboard, AM5, and I suggested that one. So I think he's looking at buying that, so it can just slot straight in. Might have to just change some on the cooler, and then what he was looking at exploring was actually doing a warranty claim on the CPU to Intel, because obviously there's known issues with that, and Intel are doing some warranty claims on those. I did again explain you've probably not registered it when you bought it, and Intel will probably need it sending off. But if you do get a warranty claim and they do send you a new CPU, you've got a couple of choices. You could either keep it or you could sell it, and then if you sell it for a few £100s, it offsets some of the cost of your new motherboard and CPU, or it pays for another upgrade, whatever you want to do. So that is kind of where it is. They did text me the day after to say they'd left the CPU and screws here, and I just said, you probably left your screws, but your CPU was in your board. And I didn't say anything else. But yeah, ever such a nice couple. Just really felt from a little bit, because if you watch the VODs back, it's clear that it's physical damage, because it had bent the plastic, you know, your socket, your kind of locating lugs at the side here, they'd done. So I think whoever put the CPU in at some point, I can't say originally, but at some point, they'd put the CPU in wrong, so the lugs didn't line up, forced it down, bent the plastic and damaged the board. Spun it round, put it back in, and it worked. If it was done at manufacturing process, I might have thought, crikey, I'm not losing my job over a £1,000 mistake, I'll just get it working. Got it working, sent it out to customer. Customer did use it for a couple of years. So anyway, that is answering that question, Aussie. So we are where we are with that one. For everybody who didn't tune in yesterday, we had a humongous fire. We had a desktop catch fire on the desk. Smoke billowing out, fire engines, throwing it through the window, buried it on front garden. Terrible. Terrible it was. Well, that's the story that I'm going to live with anyway, with that. So, that's where we are. I hope everyone's doing well. We've got a few more people sitting around in chat as well. So welcome one and all. We are going to be looking at this one first thing this morning. Can we rename you the Coder 2? Do you know what? After lifting that computer for some lifts yesterday, day before and whatnot, I felt more like renaming myself to either Old Man, like that Mr. Muscle. Can you remember Mr. Muscle advert? Really scrawny guy. I mean, I'm not particularly scrawny. Or maybe the Hulk. It was so bad. So bad to live. Do you know what made matters worse? What made matters worse? He came in and I went, should we carry it through to, because it was that big, I couldn't even pack it in. We had to carry it through to other room. He went, yeah, I'll get it. And he picked it up like it were nothing. He picked it up like it were nothing. I'm like, I'll let you carry that then. He did struggle getting it, because there's 3 doors between here and there, because it's my door, then another door, then another door. He did struggle to get it through all doors. And then put it all in the box. At this point, it's going to be 52 kilos. He lifts the box, which is huge. The box is huge, because obviously the outer box has got all the packaging, polystyrene and everything in. And he's lifting it like this. I don't know if I can get on camera, but he's lifting it like this. It's virtually full spread of his arms. And he lifts the box up and carries it out the door. And they didn't drive, so they had to get a taxi, but they had to order a minibus to get this thing in. It was massive. They had to order a minibus to pick him up from outside, but yeah, it is what it is. Morning, Sean, sorry. I was mid-flow then, and we all know us men, we can't stop mid-flow, can we? Certainly me, when you get to my name. My age, you forget you forget your name most of the time, let alone conversation you're having. I did say it the other day, I'm the type of person now. My memory's getting that bad. I walk upstairs to go to the toilet for a pee, get there, forget what I've gone for, and come downstairs and pee myself. My memory's getting shocking. Anyway, Good morning, Sean. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Right, guys, let's make a start on this. To give you a brief rundown of where we are with this morning. I will say as well, I do have somebody coming to pick up this morning. We did a data recovery we didn't do it on stream actually. And she's coming to pick up her data on her new memory stick this morning, and maybe take laptop back. Her laptop is that one there. She didn't want it repairing. I think it probably just needs a hard drive or something like that. So if she leaves it with me, what I'll suggest to her is I'll put a hard drive in it and I'll donate it to, I normally donate them to one of the local charities or something like that. I'll put an SSD in it because it is an old one. It's a Windows 7 machine, so it's not like it's anything new. We've got another viewer in Twitch. Welcome, whoever that is sat in Twitch. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Anyway, gentlemen. Yeah, this one came in yesterday. Came in, what day are we on today? Friday. Came in Wednesday, I think it was. And he spoke to me Tuesday. And he said on this one, he's got an intermittent fault. And the intermittent fault was, it would work sometimes and not work others. He'd leave it unplugged and it would work. We plugged it in on stream yesterday via USB-C. We can see a constant current draw of 300 milliamps and nothing else. Computer's not got any charging lights, any power lights, nothing. Unfortunately, I don't have the correct adapter. I went through all 40 adapters I'd got and I do not have the adapter for this thing. I do have the customer's power supply, but obviously I can't show that on the power meter, so we can't see current draw. So we will be using the focus. We will be using the USB-C to do the power delivery. The USB-C will not necessarily turn on the GPU because obviously GPU takes as an overall thing a little bit more. We did note yesterday when we looked at it that it's a little bit, I mean, it's not spotlessly clean, is it? Not spotless. Morning, Hector. Bonjour, la compagne. Bonjour. I don't know French at all. Fromage umbière. Cheese. No, but umbière por favor. Is that Spanish? I don't know. I don't know languages. But good morning, Hector Reader. I don't do languages. I don't bonjour hello. That's about my limit. So as we can see from this one, the Fluff Monster has probably laid a few eggs in there and done its necessary. And I would suspect maybe some of the issues he's been having have been heat related. I am hoping because this is a gaming laptop, it's not blown the GPU or something like that. I do think there may be a fan in there. I'm not going to say where the fan is. So anyway, I texted the customer, sent him a couple of pictures because again, it was one of these where I'm thankful I did it on stream. If I can give anybody some advice, if you work for yourself, just inspect stuff. I know Sovereign said this on his stream the other day. Inspect stuff before you do anything. Certainly if you're new into this game. Because last thing you want to do is a customer saying that, no, it weren't like that when I give you it. No, I actually what? I took the cover off, took the screws out. This is what it is. First time I touched it and is video evidence. Not that this gentleman is, but there will be people out there which do that. So we live in a state of times where you've just got to cover yourself, really. There's no other way of saying it. You've just got to cover yourself. And the unfortunate thing is you've got to treat everybody the same with the same cynicism and skepticism that they might just, which is really annoying if it isn't your nature, but it certainly isn't mine. I wouldn't kind of do that, but some people do, and I've had it occasionally where people have done it with me as well. So it's always useful when you do this. But anyway, I did speak to the customer yesterday and sent him a couple of pictures, explained that these fans don't really do anything because they're so bunged up, and you can see. So what we've agreed is, before I do any type of servicing or cleaning on this, we'll sort the power issue out. So we'll get the laptop working under normal conditions, and then we might do this. Buenos dias. Dias is good night, isn't it? No, Natchez is good night. Buenos dias. Morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, buenos dias. So good morning, Andy. Oh, we need to do our Andy dance on the morning, don't we? How does Andy dance go? 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Andy. Andy. Andy from. Andy from. Andy one. Andy from. Andy from Swindon Electronic Repairs. Here's Andy. There we go. We've done our Andy dance in the morning. We're going to have a different dance every day. So good morning, Andy. Good morning, good morning. Not everybody gets serenaded like Andy. He's special. He's special. There we go. Anyway, I need to turn my heating down. It's getting a bit warm. I've got me big thick jumper on today. Big thick jumper on today. Keep him warm. Keep him warm, warm, warm. So we will do that. I think the first protocol, we'll take the battery out and we will just try a little bit more power delivery and see if we get anywhere. We have got some screws already sat here, what we took out of the case, but we'll get this done. So what I was thinking yesterday, I always think everybody sat in chat has got the same knowledge as me. And I was probably mistaken with that because there's so many people in chat who's well above me, well above me. I know a little bit, I scratch the surface. I know what I know and I do what I do. Don't pretend to know any different. But there's probably quite a few people in chat who just like watching. So what I was going to see is, and I don't want to sound condescending or rude with this, but I'm going to try and do it from not an education point of view, but kind of explain what I'm doing at the same time and why I'm doing it. A bit like Uncle Soren does or other people, they just run through some points, why we're taking the battery out and things like that. So I thought I would try that just to see if it helps and so, because I've had a couple of people on Discord who's messaged me asking me different questions, who watch, and I'm sure they watch other people as well. So yeah. Anyway, we're gonna look for the BIOS battery now. We've took the main battery out just to kill the board. It has been disconnected all night, but just to make sure there's no residual, we just press and hold the power button for a couple of seconds. This will just discharge any flea power which is sat on the board in one of the things or anything like that. Bumper gone. Oh dear, wait there, wait. Morning Alden, morning Phil, morning Phil. Good morning, good morning. Here on the east coast of the US, I live in Delaware, we get up to 2 foot of snow. Wow, Sean, that is unbelievable. Dave was saying yesterday that they're expected to get between 12 and 22 inches, which is, what's that in European money? 12 and 22 inches is 32, probably 55 centimetres. That is a lot. That is a lot. I mean, that's up to my knee. That's crazy, crazy, crazy. Great, the missus hit the front with the curb again. Oh dear. Oh dear. No, just bumper. Do you know what I used to have? Just let me tell you this quick story. I used to have a BMW before I had this Mini. And it had surround cameras on, front and rear parking sensors. You could press a button, it would park itself. It was amazing. Surround cameras would show you like a top-down view. The system on it was amazing. And I remember the ex coming back and said, I've reversed it into a post. I mean, you reversed it into a post. You've got rear cameras, you've got parking sensors, automatic thing, visual parking as well, and you reversed it into a post. Yeah, it didn't beep. Week after she drove it into a post, I'm like, just keep away from posts. You know, it's, I don't know. But it was magnetronic suspension or something on it, this sport suspension, what you could change with an electrical current in the car, which stiffened the magnetic current up in the oil, magnetic particles in the oil, to make the suspension stiffer and whatnot, and they quoted $3.5 grand to get this one suspension thing checked. It was, so I got rid of the car, but I can't afford that. You need to change this for a titanium one, or you can just change it for a soft silicone one, so it just folds when it does it. So let's get this. Let's get this out. I'm going to take this out because I don't really want to be working with all this stuff all over the place, mainly because if it does spin up, I don't want it blowing fluff in my face, because I don't know where this fluff's come from. I suspect it's come from years and years and years and years of filtering air. Well, that's clearly dirty, so we don't want to do that. So we'll just have a look for some screws. There's one hiding under here, because manufacturers like to hide screws. I don't know why, they just like to hide screws. So if you are doing this,
Yeah, got a little tiny one.
I got a morning pick. Morning, Pico.
PCDD, you little shit.
We have Pico in, guys. I am a little ship. Woo-hoo! Woo-hoo! I am a little ship. I was thinking last night to make sure I've got some more. I've got a brilliant one which I need to get put on as well, which I was thinking about. Another one. I still don't think it'll beat the classic little ship. We'll see where it goes. Another little tip for people which don't always do this: if you're using one of these screwdrivers, if you hold the screwdriver at the bottom just there as you're spinning, it'll stop it jumping out of the. Certainly when you're tightening, it'll stop it jumping out, and when you're tightening, damaging the board. Because there's nothing worse than tightening it, certainly a heatsink down, and if you do it a little bit too much, it jumps out, skips, and you put a hole in the board, knock components off, or something like that. So I like to hold it at the bottom. That's the screwdriver, nothing else. Can't get that in there. That hole doesn't want to reveal itself. The sticker's a little bit. Got a little bit of hot air on that. The sticker just doesn't want to come off, and I can't get my. Just give it a quick blast of warm air. There we go. We'll see if we can peel it off with our peeling knife. Just enough to reveal it. So we'll get this heatsink taken off. We will get it under the camera, give it a visual inspection, just make sure there's not a great big hole in it. But I suspect with it being no power and a constant draw, which we will look at again, it's probably a shorted component of some description. I'm hoping it's not a shorted MOSFET on the GPU, and it's decided to put all its juiciness through to the GPU and make it go pop goes the weasel, because that wouldn't be good, and we'd get a really upset customer if it has done that. So we will see if we can prise this off. Always be careful with these, because what you don't want to do is bend the heat pipes, which are these here, because if you get any kinks in those, it'll stop the smooth flow of the liquid going about, because there is a small amount in there. So try your best to get these up in one go. But yeah, don't just go grabbing fins at one side and pulling it up, because you will just bend. There's another screw there, because I did say they like to hide them, didn't I? And there's another there. Yeah, if you grab it at one side and pull it up, these are just soft metal. They'll just kink, and a slight kink in it, you'll lose all the thermal performance. So put a little bit of pressure on, but not a great deal, and then just tease it up until you can take it out. Take the display out, EDP. There we go. Should be loose enough now to come up, and then we will unplug the said fans, which are really nice. So, oh dear. Always worries me when I see liquid metal. Do not like liquid metal at all. Not a lover of liquid metal, but we'll have a look to make sure we are good on there. The liquid metal does seem to have spilled a little bit, but it's not gone anywhere we don't particularly want it. So yeah, splurged a little bit at this side, but it looks to be well protected. So we should be okay on that. I'm not going to try and disturb that in any way, shape or form. So we will leave that on there. Liquid dirty air. I think it's probably one of the worst things they've ever put in computers. Really is. Because you're never really going to damage anything great with, or too great with thermal compounds. Yeah, you can put too much on. Yeah, it can act as an insulator. Yes, it can act as a barrier for conductive things, but it's not going to conduct electricity and short things out because it's non-conductive. Liquid metal clearly does. Those fans are lovely, even up back, So yeah, we will we'll do those in a bit if we can get the thing running. So we are going to just power this up and see where this goes. Yeah, I think you're right on that as well, Andy. Plus, if you look at the manufacturing, even manufacturers don't apply it very well. They just do not seem to, when it comes to liquid metal, take a lot of care. I mean, they don't take a lot of care generally on these. I know it's probably put up by robots and whatnot, but liquid metal, I think they put too much on. I mean, we're all overspill here. I would say that's too much. So I think they put too much on, and I would say thermal compound on there is probably about right. Some of them has way too much, considering it's factory covered everywhere. But I think that's too much liquid metal as well. And considering every single penny counts in production because of grand scale of mass, you would think they would probably look to address that. But yeah, thermal, liquid metal, definitely not one for me. Definitely not one for me. Right, so we're going to use our Jabby Wow box because this will enable me to show it on screen with USB-C. So we're going to use that. I was discussing yesterday with a fella streamer some options for here, and one of the options is I'm going to build myself a little control box, and what the control box will do, it'll enable me to not that up to, that'll do, have a unit down here rather than an ugly cable which is on camera, because my power supply sits here where my camera's mounted, you see. So I'm gonna kind of feed this down, put up wiring conduit down, and fix it onto somewhere around this side here, and have an exit terminal there with some banana plug receptors, maybe a couple of other terminals and things like that, so I can feed straight into power supply from there. So I'm only coming from there to there rather than down under the camera. So I'm going to try and make it better. Never really affected me that much before I streamed because I didn't have a camera. So we will put our 20 volts in there, and we're showing it on there. Let's grab a USB-C. I'm going to use the additional power meter on here as well, not for any other reason apart from, and this is the downside of using this without the power meter, is that this up here will tell me the voltage I'm kicking out and the current it's drawing. That's not a problem. Brilliant. This box here will tell me more or less the same information, but this box here, which is on end at USB-C, will tell me what the laptop is asking for. So this will tell me whether the PD control and everything else is kicking up from 5 to 12 to 15 to 19 or whatever. So this one here will actually tell me the end result. These are just kind of outputs, what a supply. Up here, this will tell me what's being demanded, what's being requested, what's being fed to it. Because obviously the laptop dictates what we get. Probably automated. Yeah, it is probably automated on there, Phil. It just, I don't know, I just wish they wouldn't do it. If I take a laptop off and it's got liquid metal in, I just really despise it. And I will be removing the liquid metal. I won't go back with liquid metal. I'll put some other bits and bobs on, and I will say that to the customer. And if he doesn't want to go with that, we will have a conversation, and I will put liquid metal on for him. But I don't like liquid metal. So guys, as you can see, that's at 5 volts now. I've plugged it in. We're just waiting to see if it'll tick up. We are supplying 19, as you can see in top right. PD controller's reset. Still at 5. Pulling. Ah, that's interesting. Now it's going on and off. Wasn't doing that yesterday. So you can see on here, the PD controller's not kicking in. I'm just going to flip that over and just make sure it isn't a port issue. So we'll try it that side as well. So 5 volt there, but we are supplying 19, as you can see in the top right. Now this was ticking up to 19 yesterday, so PD controller was coming to life. So we've got a constant current draw there. 0.15 if you're looking top right and whatnot. So I'm going to disconnect that because clearly it's not very well. What was the main power rail resistance? I've not measured anything yet, James. Not measured anything, but we will come on to that. I'm just going to clear off the whatchamacallit, really important when we taking the liquid metal off is that we use clean Q-tips. Alcohol tends to work best, so we will see if we can get some of this off with some Alcafrol, and we will see if we can move it all into one place and then scoop it off. And then we'll get it under camera and just see. I don't want any of this left on if I can avoid it. It is just a pain. Don't reuse the cotton bud, just swap to a new one. And if you've got to go through 20 cotton buds, please go through 20 cotton buds. They're pennies, if that, as opposed to thinking I'll make one last and move it around. So just please do that. And don't leave them on the side, put them straight in the bin. So that's our liquid metal, which looks like squashed brains at the moment. And I'll tell you now, I bet I cannot find my syringe for sucking it up. I do not know where it is. So I honestly don't know where it is. I looked for it the other day. I did another one which had liquid metal in it, and I looked for my syringe and I could not find it. So I'm going to be quite barbaric and grab the Hoover and basically use the Hoover to suck this out of the way. The nice thing about that is even with some of the finer bits, the Hoover will actually suck them up out of the way. You just need to be careful that we are putting it on in the right place. So this area is protected, so it won't make much difference, but ideally you need it all off so you can come on, stick to here. It's because I've still got IPA on it. Okay, get rid of that. Let's just get rid of some of that. Okay, pretend you didn't see that. I'm just going to put you on mute while I put Hoover on, guys. And we will grab a pair of tweezers. Throw that bit away. Just that. Throw that bit away, which managed to run away and escape. Lick. Yeah, roll it into a piece of paper. It's I don't know where I've got a syringe. I just don't know where my syringe is. If I'm being honest, Dreams, I don't know. I find that once it's in a blob, you can pick it up to some degree with your tweezers as well. Oh, you've got decent tweezers. How's the Switch PC? Did you manage to do the software stuff? Andy, if I'm being perfectly honest, it's sat on the shelf and I've not moved it since. I do need to have a conversation with you, reference the sailing across the 7 seas to see what's what. But yes, I will be doing something with it. I will be doing something with it. You can use a thermal cam with a thermal camera with a current draw. Yes, I can do. What was the main power? I've not done that one yet. Yeah, Hector Reed. Sorry, I didn't see that one. Yeah, I can do that as well. I'm gonna test the board for shorts next, because obviously with it having a static current draw, rather than going straight in at that, we just might think, oh, there's a necessarily bad whatever here. Let's get a bit of IPA on here to help it roll up. IPA is just wonderful stuff when you're dealing with this. You can imagine meeting, can't you? I tell you what we'll do, guys, just to screw all our consumers, we'll put metal on electronics. we've managed to convince them that putting water inside a computer is a good idea. What can we do now? We'll put metal in it. Are you sure that's a good idea? Yeah, they'll love it. People will love it. We'll sell it as an improvement because it gives you 2% or 2 degrees better temperature thing. We just won't tell them that it'll be badly fitted and it'll be badly implemented, and we'll do it all wrong. Am I skeptic on that? I think I might be. Yeah, so this isn't the most thrilling thing, but it's the necessary bit here. Just get rid of all this horrible stuff away. Obviously we are doing it under microscope, so these blobs aren't as big as they probably look on screen, which is more important because what you don't want to do is get anything anywhere you don't want to do it. This is where my syringe would come in handy. I'm going to have to get a new syringe. I don't know if that's just reflection because it doesn't seem to be really moving that much now. I mean, this could all be a moot point anyway, because if the thing could just be dead anyway. Right, we'll get that last little piece I've just pulled out of there, and then we'll get on to the diagnostics. Gosh, I despise this. Oh, come on. Tweezers. Fortunately, I got these tweezers at Christmas and they are absolutely needle sharp. Right, some blobs did decide to go there, but I think that's okay. I don't think we've got any liquid metal anywhere else. I know it's not perfectly clean, but it's going to do me for what I need to do it. Oh, an update on the lady yesterday. Can you remember the laptop we did yesterday morning where it had a shorted board? I have spoken to her and she basically just said order the part. So that's ordered. That should be with me. Got notification dispatch yesterday. I think they're quite in 2 to 3 working days, which was the tiny little MOSFET, if you remember, which belonged to the dual N-channel MOSFET, which Board Rev and I think Lead Farmer helped with that one as well, amongst other people on that one. But yeah, that part's now ordered, and yeah, got that sorted. Anyone here for the first time? Oh, that's an interesting question, James. Yeah, have we got any first timers there? I can't. Oh, we've got 33 people. Welcome one and all. If you are here for the first time, please consider hitting that like and subscribe. I've not said that this morning. Oh, we don't want to do that. That's talking to me. Yeah, if you are here for the first time, guys, it's always nice to get a like and a subscribe. 2 other people have done it. I am chasing 400 subscriptions. I'm on 380. Well, in fairness, I'm chasing 405 because I am trying to beat or trying to achieve the same glory as our very own Rusty Russ Repairs. I'm trying to achieve him. He's not streaming this morning because it is his birthday, so we need to all wish Russ his birthday. So happy birthday, Russ, for that one. So he's not streaming today, but I am trying to catch Russ up as well. So if you are here for the first time, please do say hello. Or certainly hit the like and a subscribe if you wish. Right, guys, we'll plug this in and we'll see where it is because I think that is now clear enough or clean enough to do what we need to do. We'll test. Sorry, we're going to test for shorts now because we've already plugged it in. We'll get on to continuity. So we're going to. There we go. Top right hand corner should be showing continuity. We'll find ourselves a nice. Anyone here for the first time? I replace thermal paste with liquid metal on most of my hardware. Love the stuff. Dreams, do you love it? Really? I don't see that much of an improvement on 99% of stuff. If it's high temperature, high TDP equipment, you might do. Certainly in laptops. Desktops, I don't see any need at all because you can just put a better cooler on. Laptops, I agree, because they are shockingly bad at cooling, but it begs the question, if you're pushing the envelope to the nth degree at day one with liquid metal, needing liquid metal to keep it cool, what's it going to be like in a year's time after manufacture when things have just bedded in a bit too much and it's overheating because of a bit of dust? You're just buying a time bomb. So I do think to some degree it's false economy. Key collecting that liquid metal weight enough to build a T1000. Yeah, T1000. Oh dear. I did have a customer, you'll know how silly this is, who decided to put liquid metal on a stock Intel heatsink, and it eroded his heatsink because they're obviously made out of aluminium, aren't they? And his temperatures went through the roof and he couldn't understand why. And he brought it to me and I took it off and it just literally dissolved the aluminium. It was crazy. It was crazy. They're changing liquid coolers to use salt water so they rust faster. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised where the manufacturers think, do you know what, salt actually conducts electricity, heat better. Let's put some salt in it. Yeah, I see big differences. Everything is highly strung. I think it is, but are you just getting down to dreams? Are you getting down to F1 kind of scenario, which is when something is so highly tuned, every little bit does make a difference? I just don't see for the masses it making a massive difference for the downsides it could possibly do, because I still don't think they've got the sealing structure. Well, it's shown on here, it's leaked out the side, and how many times you open laptops up, and I don't open consoles or anything like that, but how many times I open laptops up which have liquid metal and it's gonna be on the sponge ring, what they put in, or the foam ring or whatever. I don't know. I think it's one of those, it has benefits, it's proven to cool better. I just don't think it's in a way that it's going to do that better, but yeah. Right, ground to ground resistance is 0.1, so we've got a good ground there. So we'll just check some of the inductors just to see if we've got anything which is shorting out to ground. It would help if Windows OEM laptop makers didn't encase motherboard inside a plastic insulated box. Yeah, they're just badly designed, a lot of laptops as well, for cost. That's the thing. So we're just going to test that one. That one's fine. Test this one, open circuit. So we're good on here. Test this one. We have got another open circuit. It must be on the same rail. This one, open again. Quite a few power supplies and little inductors kicking about here. I'm just measuring the inductors just to see if anything is coming as strange inductance. Now we're going to get on to the other bits here. So we've got one there, which again is fine. That's exceptionally low, that one, isn't it? That's the power supply one, the CPU one. GPU looks fine. That to me looks a little sketchy. Little sketchy on there. Little sketchy. Let me just find a closer. So we'll go off the case of the. We'll go to resistance mode, diode resistance. So we're just going off the case of the DC jack, and we'll just see what the resistance to that is. Yeah, manufacturers do use way too much. PS5 as an example, it may be 5 to 8 times as much as needed. Yeah, I don't work on consoles, but I have seen people work on them, and it does look an awful lot. So ground to ground. From the port to there, if you look what I'm doing, I'm just choosing a ground to my case is 0.32. Ground to there. So we've got a differential there of 0.16. That looks like, and if I go to ground to there, they don't look quite right to me. I'm hoping one of these hasn't gone or something like that. So we might need to, we'll measure the rest of these and see if we've got any other shorts or resistance issues. So we'll measure that one. That's good. These will probably all be in parallel. Yeah, they're going to all be in parallel, aren't they? They're all going to be one power rail here. Yeah, just to double check, I will just do for sanity, just go through them all. So they're all reading that. I'm just going to shut my door because just try and keep a bit of heating because it is cold. And the heater stands a chance of keeping me warm. Let's stay. So it looks like we may have a short on this power rail. There are a couple more inductors which I will try just to see if there's any other power rails which are not very well. But I would think, yeah, that one's fine, and I think that's the 5 volt for the USB by the looks of it there. So it's looking like a low resistance on these. So we'll give that a quick doing. Morning, GT Auto. Morning. Those leadings look okay for GFX coils. Do you think that's right? I thought it might have been a little low. I mean, the differential because of my probes is probably going to be about 0.2. You think that's okay? They look really low to me. I was thinking a bit higher, but I will take your lead on that one. I will take your lead, but let's have a quick look under the scope, just make sure nothing's got a great big hole in it or anything as such. Myself a clean cotton bud. Just wipe some of those. Right. It's doubtful that I'm going to pick anything up on thermal camera with such a low or a lowish current draw, because the current draw is only 0.3 of an amp, 300 milliamps. So it's unlikely that it's going to pick that up. But we will see. We will see. Let me stick it in. Just why we've got, because we have got the thermal camera here, which if you look, my finger moving on there, the thermal camera at this side is mounted onto the, mounted onto there. Let me plug that in. So we've got back onto USB. We are pulling that. There's nothing on there particularly glowing, but we are only talking 0.3 there. So what's that? See that come up? Another chip down here getting a little bit toasty, we can see on there. Yeah, there's no temperature in those at all. Andy, do you ever sleep? Morning, Nick. Morning. Oh, first time chatter. Wazi KMPWRMNT. Cheap viewers. Oh no, I think that's another bot. Unfortunately, I was getting all excited. We've got another viewer on stream on Twitch, but it looks to be just a robot, so we won't get all excited about that. Let's the thermal camera, which is mounted on what we've just been looking at, the thermal camera which is on screen at the moment is the Thermalmaster P1. I really do like that. Certainly mounted onto the microscope, I think it does add quite a bit of versatility to what I need to do. There we go. Put that there. Good morning. So we'll get the Unity 960. Sorry, not 960. 260B booted up, and we will get that one on because it gives us a clearer image. So just bear me 1 second. I just need to select it from the drop down menu. For whatever reason, OBS forgets it every time I turn it off. It's terrible. We'll plug the power back in, and as we can see from the screen, we will see if we get any heat spots on here. I'll plug the power in now. So that is coming to life, which is that one up there, which is looks like the put my macro lens on, just if there's anything which is glowing really high. there's a little bit of another heat spot just below it. Can you just see that one just below it? Which is actually, I'll put a point to that. I know you can't really see it on camera, but we will see that one just there. That's a I think it's that capacitor there which is glowing there, or maybe an inductor. Can't see from that shot. Let's just concentrate looking around board again whilst we've got thermal camera on. Just make sure there's nothing else just jumping out. It's only pulling 0.3, so it's not like it's pulling a lot of. Right, that's a little little switching MOSFET. We will investigate that in a second. Okay, so there's nothing really apart from them 2 points. So there's that one up there with the little whatever it is next to it, but that's only up to 23 degrees. The hot one is that one there at 52, which looks like a MOSFET. Looks like a switching MOSFET. So we will leave camera on, but we'll just turn it off if that makes a bit of sense. So the one which is glowing is this one down here. We see it on the thermal camera on the right hand side. So it is that one just there which is glowing. So let me just take that out. Just make sure it is that one. We'll just give it a bit of a wash, and we will just see if it is that one getting hot. But I would imagine it, yeah, you can see it instantly drying. So it is that one there, which is a little bit warm. You can see it drying off. Now it's warming up. You see that, guys? Just wiping a bit of IPA over its surface. So we'll get that unplugged and we'll give some testing onto that. Oh damn! Sorry guys, missed that one completely. Do apologise, Pico. That FET is very hot. Yeah, it is. I will just demonstrate what I was just showing. Sorry about that, gents. I forgot to press it. So I'll just put the power in. It's only, strangely enough, it's only drawing 0.3, but we can see from there, if we just give it a bit of a wipe, after a few seconds it's going to get up to about 50 odd degrees. We can see the thermal. Can you see it now just coming to life on the thermal imaging at the side? See it pulsing to life just there, and it is that one which is getting a bit warm. The power is just cycling a little bit. It's sat at constant current. If you look at top right hand corner, you can see it's hardly pulling anything. We are powering off USB-C here, but yeah, it is that one which it was a bit clearer a second ago. But I'm going to check around there just to make sure. Yeah, you can see now. See it drying off. So I think we can all agree with the way that's glowing on camera, it's not well. Let me get my probes out actually, leave a microscope on, and we will try some readings around here. So we're staying in resistance mode. So we've got open line on the current sense. Oh, that is that. No, that cap just didn't look very well. Can you see that cap looking a bit? Looks a bit sus, that cap, doesn't it? But hey. What voltage on gate when it's triggered? Yeah, I'll check that one. I'm just going to check it, make sure it's not got a short or anything like that. It could be, it could be. So we've got meg ohms there, and I would imagine we'd have meg ohms here. The gate looks like it's sat here. mega ohms there. We'll see what voltage we have on the gate. So we'll flick that into voltage, we'll stick that back in there, and we'll go straight onto voltage mode on the gate. 10 volts, 8 volts. I'm just going to see if it'll, I mean, you can see on thermal camera it's heating up and it's pulling 0.14 of an amp according to my, but that's a static current that. I would imagine this circuit here is the battery charge circuit, because we've got so we've got 10 volts on the gate, and obviously we should have, I would assume, 25 on there. I'd have to look the MOSFET, but I would imagine it's a 25 volt gate MOSFET, is it? Same as more common ones. Yeah, it's acting like a resistor. Can you show board number under CPU, please? Should start G. Right. I'll just move that one out of the way. We will have a look, Dreams. We will have a look. Yeah, we've got it here. There we go. The MOSFET appears to be operating okay, doesn't it? I haven't tested it for, yeah, it's not shorter to each other. I will just test it across it in diode mode just to make sure it is doing what it's doing, and then we'll see where we go. So let me do that now. I know you guys are showing on there. I'm just going to leave that on there. I can do this without camera. Yeah, we've got voltage drop that way. Yeah, I'm thinking it should be 25 volt as well. I'm thinking exactly the same. It should be about 25 volt gate voltage. I suppose the question is why it's not 25 volt gate voltage on there. Because the two vias disappear straight into board, so we can't see. J4, let me look that up and see if I can find it. It's the small one. What we are looking at, I know resolution is pants, but that is because I'm zoomed all the way in. So it's a J4. Let's have a look what that is. Oh. There's a customer coming urgently this morning for something and needed to be here at 9:15 and has now said 11:15, so that's fine. Okay. J4 UUD, I think that is. No, they're my Air Jordans. Must be the number underneath. 1X 0302. 0302. Let's have a look. Is that a function of the MOSFET or a reaction to what is being drawn? I know that's I'm just wondering if the MOSFET is shorting across, because there is a resistance across it, whether it's pulling the gate down to turn itself off because the EC chip's detecting it. You need 6 volt on the drain, yeah. On the gate? I've got 10 volt on the gate. Is it just a 6 volt MOSFET switch? Didn't know it would have just 6 volts on the Let me plug my little power meter in so I can see if the PD controller is going to life on the board as well. I'm just going to plug the board back in. Right, so we're sat at 5 volts at the moment on power input. It's not triggered up to voltage DC. Right, we're sat at 5 volts on, we've got 16 volt on the gate now. What? I'm kicking in 5 volts on the USB-C charger. And we've got a gate voltage of 16. That's gone down to 10. Eight. Yeah, and it's not. It's not. Buck boost circuit. Yeah. now it is fine. 16 plus. Yeah, it's gone back down though. That's the problem. And it's heated up, as you can see on thermal imaging. So we're back down to 10 volts, but it's actually only taking 5 volt input. So we've gone back down to 8. And 5 coming out. So we've got the same 16 volt there. Yeah, so that's reading right. Easy way to remove the coil and test again. Yeah, should we just which coil it is? Because I don't think that coil there to the left of it is on the... Those MOSFETs above look a bit discoloured. Check around resist charge IC. I was just looking at the MOSFETs, and MOSFETs to me, they look a little bit discoloured as well. That's what I'm thinking. I just can't... Oh, we've now triggered up to 19 volts on... It's now 19 volts at 0.3 of an amp. So we're actually triggering up. What? Let me just see if it'll come to life. Right, power button pressed. Right, it's not responding from power button. But we're up to 19 volts now on our PD. So 16 volt back to there and 9 volt on the gate. So we've got 9 volt on gate, 16 in and 16 out. That's low side. I can't understand why that is now, because it's not overheating, the IC. The IC is not overheating. We sat at 19 volts on his power delivery, as you can see off there. It's not going to post because we've got no RAM in it. No, it's not glowing. Temperature's gone completely. Look on thermal camera, that where I'm pointing my finger on right hand side of the screen is where the IC is, which were glowing. Now this does correlate more what he was saying, because what he was saying was it's an intermittent fault. And only things which are slightly warm now are the power stages, which are warm, but laptop feels like it's alive now. CPU's hot, not mega hot, but it's, I don't know, 35, 40 degrees. Something's got to move. There's got to be a... The only thing now which is warm is the power stages, which are 40 degrees. Bear in mind, I have unplugged it. And power stages for the, as soon as it kicks up to, I wonder if it's an issue with PD controller. I've just plugged power back in. We're sat at 5 volts. So I'll just monitor this is the MOSFET area. 5 volts still, 5 volts. It's not triggering up to 19. I'll tell you when it triggers up to 19. But nothing on that board now is getting hot, apart from power stages for the CPU. But we sat at 5 volts. Let's take customer power supply instead of USB-C, because USB-C might not necessarily kick things like GPU into gear. We've been on there. Yeah, reflow. I'm thinking it's maybe an issue with that. We have got the benefit of a DC jack. I just cannot monitor the DC jack under load because I don't have the end for my supply. So we're just going to have a look on thermal camera just to see if anything lights up. So I'll plug the DC jack in now. DC jack is in. I have no idea what this is doing power wise. The only things which are getting warm is a stick there to give me less reflection. So CPU is coming to life a little bit, as we can see. That's just a thermal pad I've put on there just to absorb the heat so we can see. I honestly don't know what current it's drawing though, if any. Let me just stick another thermal pad on the CPU. Get on there. Now, this is the controller which were getting hot before. Do you remember we were looking at it before and there was something in the bottom corner, if you remember? That little whatever it is there, it's not that capacitor there, is it? Yeah. PC is coming on. It's not the CPU and GPU aren't. I mean, CPU is stone cold. I will tell you that now. GPU's warm, CPU is cold. No temperature in that at all. GPU has got some life in it, and everything else. But that is the little heat spot under the thingy thermal camera. If you look where I'm pointing on there, I'll just flip back over to thermal camera and point that down again. That's the heat spot there. That is the only other heat spot I can see on the board, and that really shouldn't be dragging that much heat through. That resistor. I wonder if that resistor's gone. Because this is, it was heating up on here. That little resistor there is the only thing I can see. You can see it dissipating some of the heat when I give it a drink. See it drying out. Yeah, it's not the capacitor. Yeah, it's the resistor what's glowing. GPU's cool. CPU's cool. It is normal for me, yeah. But it's the only, you wouldn't expect one resistor just to have such a high heat intensity on that circuit, would you? A tiny little resistor like that have one big heat spot. Do we really think that's normal? Up. Because I would assume, and this is only an assumption, if that one is dragging that, you'd expect a more generalized heat as it's balancing. some of it, but one just to shine out. And that's on the same circuit as those, isn't it? So, yeah, it is. It's on that track, isn't it? There. So that one there is actually on the same circuit as that one, and that resistor there. Now just bear in mind this laptop has been punished with heat. So could the long-term heat exposure have weakened that? Which coil? The coil at the bottom? I've checked the resistance on them coils, which you can see there, and that's coming up as 0.16, wasn't it? Or do you mean the resistance on the coil at the bottom of the screen? That is about 0.16 when I take my leads off there. The ones at the bottom of the screen where we were just probing the thing, you got 55k on that one, and we've got 55 on that one. Yeah. That should be ground there, which it is.
PCDD, you little shit.
Morning, Sergi. Well, good morning, good morning. Oh, Sir Guy. I never know how to pronounce them. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So we have got, I mean, it's all in circuit, so I can't say, but I don't think this will let me get a proper reading. But then again, this reading is a little bit moo because we don't know what it should read. That's jumping all over. I wouldn't have thought that should be jumping like that. Sergio, there we go. Reverse probes. Okay. There we go. 132. I know it's in circuit. Does that sound like a right reading? I know that's a cap, but it's in parallel with the cat. It will jump. I know. I was thinking the same when I was doing that on there. Do you know if I remove that and test it? Because that was glowing. And then it powers. Does that kind of just negate the issue that it was that or it weren't that? Because there's only that which is glowing, and and the actual IC itself. What voltage on 2R2? I will have a look. Put that on voltage. Put DC jack in. Again, we're getting an instant glow on thermal camera if we see. Let's get that. And we will go down here. That looks right to me, 5 volts. I would expect it to be right on there, a 5 volt power rail. I mean, we are on 20 volt DC at the moment. So that's the input voltage. I'm just measuring it straight up back at barrel jack. So we are kicking 20 volts into it. That's the power on, you know, the MOSFET which were glowing earlier at the bottom of the board. That's the that MOSFET is absolutely not responding at all. Turn it down a bit. So that MOSFET there with the DC jack in has no voltage at all. That only seems to operate with from the PD controller. So that must be something to do with the charging circuit for the USB-C. Don't know. But from DC, it's not doing anything. Yeah, the issue's not there. All fine. Yeah, I bet 5 volt. Yeah. All right, sorry, Dreams. What did you say it was? It's parallel with the cap. It will jump. Sorry, I didn't see. Did I miss something? I weren't meaning to poo-poo it. I just didn't see it. Sorry. No, we don't. In essence, we do and we don't. What did you say, Dreams? It's in parallel. What were you saying we would do? Indeed, 30 volts. Cause this. PCs on, need a full visual. What we charge IC, maybe liquid. Oh right, okay. Let's have a skip round the board. After call measurement, which you have done. Ah right, okay. Is it shorted? No. To answer to your question on that one, Sergi, it's not shorted. When we plug the USB-C in to power it, USB-C is sitting at 5 volts and we're getting 16 volts on a power rail down here and 16 volt on the gate, and this IC down here is heating up to 50 odd degrees. For whatever reason it sits at 5 volts and then decides to go to 19, but there's no pattern in that at all. It's not responding to power button at all either. And laptop's not coming on. It's not showing any charge lights or anything. So yeah. So are we thinking that we need to set the board out and see if there's anything on the other side? Yeah, 16 volt looks like the main power rail. It is. But it's only accepting 5 volts, so it's boosting it up to 16 from the USB-C. I can measure 20 volts on the system if I plug the DC power in. We have got we've got different. I don't think there's anything down this side. We have got a 5 volt power rail down here. We've got a 3 volt power rail. This will be for drives down this side. But yeah, it will trigger. The problem is I haven't got this adapter, so I can't show that on power. That's the only reason we were doing USB-C, because at least we can see the current draw on there. It's got just a static current draw. So I've plugged the USB-C in. It's pulling 5 volts on my meter. That's plugged in. That'll sit at that, and nothing now is getting hot. Apart from that little charge IC which we looked at earlier. We looked at a little charge IC earlier, and that's the thing, as that's sitting at 5 volts, that's working its nuts off. You'll see it in bottom right hand corner. That's working its nuggets off to boost it to 16. That little one just there, which is right next to the battery connector. How was the main power rail resistance? All fine. Bags and bags and bags of power. Or is it shadow? Is it? I never knew that did that, Hector Reader. Yeah. LCD connector looks loose. Have you got bent pins? Let's have a quick scoot in there. I unplugged this. There are some uneven pins in there, as we can see, but it doesn't look, I don't know why those pins were a bit, but there's nothing what appears to be shorting on there. Let's put it like that. Morning, interesting. Morning. Dreams, what do you mean by, or is it shadow? Oh, do you mean on the LCD connector? Might do. 5 volt USB-C means PD control might have an issue. Seeing high current somewhere downstream. Yeah. It's still sat at 5 volts and everything is cool. When it, apart from that thing there, which we can see glowing on, little thermal thing. On the LCD pins, could only see the tiny pick in the bottom. Oh, right, okay. Got you. Shadow voltage, meaning as soon as you connect something to it, the voltage disappears. It can be induced by, right, got you. Right, so it's like a phantom voltage. Yeah, the current is, I'm sitting at 230 on the actual USB meter, which you guys can't easily see down here. It's still only sat, PD controller still only activated it up to 5 volts, and put it on milliamps, watts, 0.62 milliamps. Yeah, the one which is showing on screen is actually 19 volt, providing it down here, but the laptop's only requesting 5. That's why I've done both. DC inputs, how are they? They're fine. They're fine. We've got no shorts on there. Should we take board out and have a look on the other side of the board? Do you think that might be a point to call? Because I can't see anything on this side of the board, and we might take it out and realise what was the gate voltage on the input MOSFET. Well, they're on the other side of the board. I would imagine the input MOSFETs. I've just checked everything for shorts. I've not had board out yet, which we will do now, because they'll be buried on the other side of the circuit board. So let me shift the DC power out of the way. The unfortunate thing is I haven't got a DC plug for this. I'm going to have to get one. I've got 40 different connectors. I just haven't got it for this specific connector. So I'm going to have to, I don't even know what size it is. It's same as me Acer, me yellow ones with centre, but it just isn't. I know that's a bit of a strange thing to say. It's the same, but isn't. I can't find my screwdriver now. Go on, then. There it is. What is the gate voltage on the input MOSFET? Yeah, I will check that next. Let's get the board taken out. just got a... okay, let's get some of these connectors taken off. Loads of Wi-Fi, loads of cables. I much prefer working on laptops when I've took the board out anyway. I just feel a little bit more content and safer that I'm not going to catch something or pull something or do whatever. Come on off, you beauty. Yeah, the gate voltage on the little IC, which we're getting hot down here, was fluctuating between 8 and 16 volts, depending how the PD control was reacting. When it was kicking out 5 volts, it was sat at 10 volts on the gate. You know, when the charger was only supplying 5 volts, it was set at 10 volt on a gate, and obviously passing that through. And then when it went up to 16, it did that. But I think it's only a 6 volt gate. I think somebody had said, rather than a big gate voltage on the on those ICs. Right. This is where we turn it over, and it's got a great big hole in something. Ooh, can't see anything visually. And there's no big things on there which just bring it to life. Came off rather easily. We'll check them input MOSFETs there. One of them looks a little bit tarnished with heat. There's nothing really, again, jumping out at me on this. A little bit of dust on it, but nothing what looks terrible. Morning worms, morning worms. If the main power rail has high resistance, then looks like GPU CPU high side MOSFET. Not sure to, so high chance you can repair this. Yeah, it did. It had lots of resistance. I can't remember what it was. Did you do anything for our worms? Yeah. Yeah, good morning, worms. Oh, good morning, worms. This is Falcon. How are you today? Happy birthday for yesterday from your mate Falcon. Thanks, Falcon. Really had a good birthday. I went out fishing. Well, I went out swimming, but they kept chasing me, didn't fish. Oh dear. I really need to get out more, don't I? So anyway, let's have a look on the board. Should we do Northridge fixed cell? Yeah, everything looks fine on there. There we go. Nothing. Shorted capacitor. Yeah. I ain't got the eyesight or the technical ability to look that quick. Plus, my refresh rate on my camera is not as good as his, because we ship out more or less the same day if it's in stock. I'm not seeing any signs of any. Take that cover off as well, so we've got a good view on the board. EC chip is sat down there as well. Okay. Now, strangely enough, where was that? Okay. IT chip looks fine. No. Let me just get my brush Yeah, nothing on there. I wonder if anything on this side of the board's getting hot when we plug it in. That is how we sound on mine. I know it is. My name's Worms. Been spying on you, Worms. You can't have a worse voice than mine. My voice is horrendous. Horrendous. And I know. We're all created a little bit equal. So let's just test these MOSFETs, just make sure. I don't think we're going to have a problem with these MOSFETs because are the ports mucky? No, I did check the ports and had a look at that. Can't really see any. Put my light on. Port looks fine. He's never powered it from USB-C anyway, so I would say that the USB-C side of things, he's always powered it off the DC jack, you see, which obviously set up here. This is the DC input. Let me just check my resistance on there because I think James was asking about that. But hey. Let's see where we go. We've got ground on there. Yeah, we've got plenty of bags of resistance there. We've got no short there, no short on the ground, on the gate, and the current sense is fine. So I don't think there's any shorts on the main power rail, as we can see. There's just no. We've got no short on there. We've got meg ohms. So we're good on the main power rail. 4K ohms is a bit low, isn't it? That. If we measure the ohmage for the current sense, we're in meg ohms. 6 meg ohms. Don't know why it's not showing on screen, but yeah, no, that's meg ohms. That's in around sort of, you can see things charging up, and that's meg ohms as well there. So yeah, kilo ohms, that should be ground. No, it's not ground. They're inductors, not caps. Yeah. So let me stick the USB-C in and we'll see if there's anything coming up on camera. My camera has switched off. Why is my camera switched off? My thermal imaging camera has switched off. Get that back up and we'll see if anything's getting a little bit toasty. Or if there's anything on this side which doesn't look quite right. $82, $90, 100% loaded. We will get this on when we can, and we will go thermal camera. And for whatever reason, the thermal camera just needs reconnecting, because I've always said this on OBS. For whatever reason, it does that. So we'll get wide shot. We will plug the USB-C back in. We are pulling 5 volts on USB-C. Still 5 volts. Just reset as the... Yeah. We're right. It's turned off and gone up to 19 volts as the... This is the thing. The... that now has gone up to 19 volts, as we can see. So board is cool, but it's obviously doing things. There's nothing at all apart from some reflections on this side of the board. Yeah, well, so let's flip it over. We're still sat at 19 and 0.4 milliamps. So, sorry, 66 milliamps we're sat at. So there's nothing. I would imagine the board is just triggered LDOs. There's nothing at all going to show up on here. That is the little power controller we looked at earlier, you know, where we were looking at the little tiny resistor, what we were looking at earlier. That is the only heat spike on here at all. I need to see if I can start the laptop, so let me have a go at starting it with a pair of tweezers and grounding out the 3.3 rail on the keyboard, because I assume this is built into the keyboard. Let me just double check before I start poking around. Yeah, it's built into the keyboard. Wonderful. See if I can just get this started. I'm just looking at my power meter whilst I'm doing this, just to see. Now the board wasn't starting before. Right, so board is now trying to come on. So we can see there we have got, this is CPU, which is gaining temperature. So let me just put a bit of that on there and a bit of that on GPU just to, board just reset itself. Up to 19.5. Yeah, close to the USB-C connector. I think, and just let me restart the board because the board has turned off again. So let me just have a look at that. Right, the board is now coming to life. That's the CPU we're looking at there. Put my macro lens on, ready. That's the CPU, but it's only one corner at CPU getting warm, as we can see. We're pulling very little current, half an amp. GPU stone cold, that's GPU, it is just CPU. Right, it's reset itself again. I don't think CPU is overheating. That's lukewarm, 30 degrees. Lukewarm, there's no temperature in that at all. Come on, computer, come to life. PD controller is sitting at 19 volts, which is good. So fiddly trying to start this on correct pins. There we go. Board is coming to life yet again. So the only thing I can see on the board getting warm, having a very quick, is the power stages and the CPU. CPU is definitely getting up to temperature, but it's not overheating, but it is just one corner of the CPU. If I pull that off, you can see it's just one corner of CPU. Let me stick a heatsink on there. Right, I've got a heatsink on it now. Yeah. Board's gone off again. I don't think that was a heat related issue. Board is waking up again. Power stages are coming on. Heatsink. I mean, power stages look a little bit unbalanced, don't they? You'd expect them, unless they put them in phases when it needs more current. Because certainly that one I'm pointing on is the hottest one out of the 4. We're pulling 0.5 amp at the moment on 19 volts through the meter. Is it going to stay on longer this time? Staying on a bit longer. Definitely staying on a bit longer. I mean, CPU's cool. Heatsink is cold. Right, power meter. Again, you can't see this very well on the screens what you're looking at. Went down to 5 volts. Went down to 5 volts and then went off and then rebooted to 19.5. Right, I know it's a really small picture. Let's see if I can do it on that one. There you go, at least you can see it now. If I turn my light off, at least you can see it on there, can't you? So it's sat at 19 volts. See, it tripped down to 5. Then it resets and goes off. Then it goes back up to 19, but it's not drawing any current until I start the board. So I'll start the board manually. I've started the board manually. There is absolutely nothing else getting warm. Even the little that's the resistor. That is that resistor again. That is the only things on here which are getting warm is that tiny little resistor. Memory's out. Memory's out. I try it with memory in, but you wouldn't have thought that would cause it to shut down, would you? Let's do the same test with the RAM in. GPU is not getting hot at all. There's no temperature in GPU, but that might not necessarily be an issue. Right, RAM is in. We've kicked up to that. Went straight off that time. Went straight off. Didn't even play ball and come on at all. So up to 19.5. Five volts going off. I'm not even doing anything here. It's just cycling itself on and off. This has got to surely be an issue because it went from 5 to 9 to 19. It's got to be a PD controller. Not even turning on now, board. There we go. Board's coming on. Doesn't half drop. Do you see it? And it's gone off. 12, 19. Reset and redo, yeah. 500 milliamps, 95 is too much. Yeah. There, so we can do that. I don't think it is. I don't think that is, but we will give restarting because it tries to power on and has a problem. Reset and redo. Yeah, it's just getting me why sometimes it'll work for a period of time and then others it just clearly won't. So it is completely intermittent. I mean, the heatsink there's got a little bit of heat, but 20 degrees. It's not like it's got heat at all. I just can't monitor current on this. So we are in at that. So where would you like me to try and measure on voltage? We have, that's the CPU, which is a tad warm there. Got 20 volts coming out at MOSFET. Seen. Do you want it on microscope? MOSFETs and gates. I was going to do it without microscope. I was going to raw dog it. There we go. I'll just zoom out of here a bit. And focus in. Is that power switching in a normal process MOSFET? Don't like switching like that. Yeah. Before and after inputs. Okay. So we've got us ground there. So we've got 20 volts. 20. Obviously 20 will carry to there because it's on the same circuit. And current sense resistor has got 20. So it's passing it through to there. After resistor. You mean after the current sense resistor, okay. 20.48. So we've got as main power rail going around the board. I'm just measuring a bit further round and down. Because we are producing now just bear in mind these were static fans. Both fans are like that. Radiator. So all it's been doing is circulating hot air inside this computer for a while, and he's experienced this issue for a while, he says, of it coming on and going off. So we have got our 5 volt power rail down here, and we've got a 3.3. We did have a 3.3 when I measured it before. 5. We did have that 3.3 when I measured it before. Was it on one of these? I can't remember. I could have sworn we had a 3.3. We've now not got 3.3. We had 3.3 before. And we've got 1 volt on that little MOSFET which we're heating up before. At this point, I've just big chance the CPU is cooked. Need to sort out 3.3 and see why it's missing. Yeah, everything cooked with that clock. He has been running it for a while, and with the heat spot showing on the CPU like it's showing, and GPU not getting warm at all, and it's the corner of the CPU which is showing up as a heat spot. I was going to see if I can trigger. Put thermal camera on. Let's see if I can trigger it to turn on with. If I focus on the CPU, I mean this thing up here, which you can see up here, is that controller for the GPU, because that's getting warm. That's where that tiny resistor is. Let me see if I can actually get it to turn on with power adapter in, because I was getting it to turn on with thing, but I think I've powered it up there, but right, see, you probably can't see too well, but the only thing what's glowing when I go to power up is the little resistor. Yeah, it's not coming to life at all with the DC jack in. Just don't want to come to life at all with that in. Ouch! Bugger! There's something incredibly hot there. Sorry guys for swearing, that was incredibly hot. With the DC jack in, there is something absolutely toasting up here. That was hot. That was really hot. Really hot. I just put me on there just to test it, and that were probably 70 degrees there, if not a bit more. Let me see, I've got my thing on. Let me see if I can detect that again. But that weren't happening before. Right, so we can see which one it is. Let's unplug it. I'm just gonna, right, it's that. Right, so microscope. That one is getting, if you look on, I'll put it back in and we will see that that's getting incredibly warm. Can you see it glowing like a Christmas tree? It is that one just there. Yeah, instantly. Yeah, we don't leave that on. Right, let's check around there, see if we've got a short. That was really hot. That is the PSU chip, check output not shorted. That should provide LDO and high power. Well, 3.3 was working because we had 3.3 on this coil. We had 3.3 on that coil, but when we were plugged in with USB-C, not DC jack. Got 5 on here on them both, but only 3.3 on USB-C, not that. Is that a bit warm as well? No, it's not plugged in at the moment. Let me just see if I've got any shorts. That's right. Check the outputs of the chip. I shall do. Pin 3 equals 3 volt LDO and pin 13 5 volt. Okay, check the outputs of the chip. So let me zoom down on there so I can see what is what. Let's see if we can see which pin one is. I'm imagining pin 1 is that dot up there, sat there. And we want pin 3 is 3 volt. So starting from there, 1, 2, 3. So that should be 3 volt. And we've got 9.5 ohms. So that's not particularly shorting. And then we've got pin 13, which is 5 volt LDO. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, which is that one just there. Which is fluctuating, but yeah, 7. Which has got plenty of ohms. You think it's the 3 volt rail on that one? Well, 3 volt rail isn't. I mean, if I measure, that's the resistance on the 3 volt coil. It's just off short, but that's the resistance on the 3 volt coil. And 3 volt power line was there. Remove solder blob and check each. Oh, you mean that one there? Okay. Get my finger switched on. Get my. I've changed my needle. Finally changed my needle on my flux, so it won't get blocked anywhere near as easily as it has been doing. Oh my gosh, why? Gosh, this don't want to suck up, does it? Why? Why isn't that wanting to suck up? Been a bit of a terror, that one. Nearly got it. I can't believe how difficult that one blob was to suck up. There we go. Careful around the component, yeah. Silly factory solder. Add low melt, yeah. Add leather solder. It just didn't want to seem to come off. I put iron. I mean, it's a big tip I've got on there as well, but I put the iron on quite a high temperature. I think it's 430 that was on, or something like that. So it was pretty high. We will give that a better clean up in a minute. Let's see if we've got any shorts on there. So on this side we should have. We've got megohms there. That is megohms, 1.2 megohms. And that's whereas 9.5 ohms is coming in there, because we were reading 9.5 here on pin 3, which is that pin just there, which will now be megohms. Yeah. So unless the chip has gone and it's causing a lot of resistance, I would say, does that, so the PSU is okay, your rail is shorted. So so what you're saying is the 3.3 rail is shorted, which is that coil just there. So do we think, if I power it back up now, are we saying that that chip won't get as hot and something else? LDO line is shorted. LDO being the 3.3 line. Can't believe how hot that was getting though. That one. Right, there's nothing getting hot now. Nothing getting hot apart from that controller up there, which we've... Oh wait, there's something else. Oh, that's a reflection. Still that little... No, nothing up there. Right, let's measure, see if we've got any voltage. If you measure, you should have 3.3 on the blob. EC chip could have blown. Oh no, check around EC chip. Inject 1 volt, no more. You can, yeah, into the core. IC is fine. ILDO line is shorted. Inject 2.3 volt, yeah. Chip is fine. Rail is shorted. Measure 3.3 LDR. I'll do that now to prove CPU. So we've got no voltage on got nothing on 5, got nothing on 3.3. Need my microscope to be able to see that little blob on the IC. We have 3.29, it's now not getting overheated. So it's this side which is dead. So are we saying inject here? Yeah, confirm chip is okay. Yeah, I understand that now. I understand, it's a learning curve for me. I don't normally do component level such as this. So I know I'm coming across as a bit stupid, but yeah, that's where it is. For what I'm doing. Right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to tack a wire on there, and it'll be easier for me to tack a wire and do it rather than using my probes. I'm just going to make that pad a little bit bigger so I can get my wire on. I'll get a bit of solder on there and I'll get a wire on there. We'll get it unplugged. So the good thing is it's not, at least it's not getting red hot anymore. Get that, let me get my wire. I had a wire, yeah, a carefully calibrated wire I had yesterday, which is sitting here. Get this wire tinned up. Carefully calibrated solder and flux. Trimmed off to a decent length because it's a bit long at the moment. Oh, blast. Gosh, get off there. Making this look painful, aren't I, gents? Come on. That's it, it's cleaned off. Wonderful. Get my wire tacked on just to one side. We've got another dot there, so I might have to get onto that dot just there. There we go. I only want a little bit. Whew. DC in still plugged in. No, DC in is now out. Removed when injected. Yep, got that out. Oh God, I hope so. Look, went from the other side, not removed any resistor or damaged them, and also make sure DC is removed. Yes, the DC is removed. I just wanted to make sure those two weren't gonna touch. We have that tagged there. Let me put that onto there. We need them out because that's my DC. So I'm just going to move my DC connector there, which is my USB-C. We've got my cables here. Now, if anybody was on stream yesterday, you know how scary this was when I was doing this. Let's have a look on here, and let's kick this down to 1 volt. That'll do, 1 volt, and we don't want 7 amps. We want 0, and we'll, what do you reckon, 500 milliamps? Okay, so we're at 1 volt, 500 milliamps. Just before I do this, so guys, I need a wee, desperately. Just bear me 1 second, I just need to use the gen. I am busting. Big cup of tea this morning. I will take my microphone off because my microphone is full. 1 second.
Yeah, got a little.
Got a little tiny one. Got a little tiny one. I'm sorry, I definitely showing yesterday when I did that. Sorry, I need to let the dog out as well. So I did that at the same time. Two birds, one stone, and sorted. This is more exciting than a sorry, Sergio. iFire. What have I done? Have I? I'm not sure at anything. No, I'm not sure at anything. 0.8. Yes. Seems a bit excessive though. PC under his desk has reignited from yesterday. Yes. we've got a fire. Lots of smoke. I've got a really small one. I've even heard some sound. We were seeing lots of. You were seeing lots of smoke. You were seeing lots of smoke. Floating past camera. Ah! Yeah. Soldering irons fell out at Oldham. Come on. My gosh. It's soldering irons fell out at thing. My soldering iron sits down here. And it's falling out. I must say one thing I don't like about the Finersi, the thing here don't really fit into the thing very well. It's not very good. Did you smell that return? No, I didn't smell it. Honestly, returning. But it has melted, as you can see. One of my probes had fallen down, so it's melted. It's a crap probe anyway. But oh no, it's the probe for my capacitor tester, capacitor discharger. So. I'll have to change the probe on that one. Yeah, you've seen lots of smoke. Oh my god! Oh, I've got somebody ringing me now. Just bear with me 1 second, gents. I've got somebody on the phone. PC repairs.
Yeah,
PCDD, you little shit. PCDD, you little shit.
Ah, I remember this one. Yeah, we thought it were all lopsided and twisted or something, but it did work in then the 4090, weren't it? Yeah, I kind of vaguely remember the computer. Yes. You're the graphics designer or something, aren't you? Video editor. Yeah, something like that. I remember. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm.
PCDD, you little shit.
Yeah, got a little.
Yeah. Mhm. Okay. Mhm. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Have you tried rebooting the computer? Okay. It sounds like it's either a corrupted update or maybe the hash file, high files got corrupted in some way, shape, or form. So yeah, we can. A couple of ways doing it. You can remove the password on the user account so you can get into the user account. But if it's a live account, e.g., tagged to your email through Microsoft, it will possibly lose all the online credentials. So you might need to log back into websites and whatnot once we've done that. But as it stands at the moment, that's a better option than not being able to use the PC at all. So yes, we can generally get that sorted for you. You can research the internet if you want and have a look through some forums and whatnot, and see if you can come up with an option. I mean, I mean, I don't know what you're asking me, but if you're saying you want to do it yourself, that's probably what I would suggest, is having a research and see if there's any other bits and bobs that you can follow. But yeah, I can get that sorted. You would, unfortunately. Yeah, it's the only, obviously can't do it unless we've got hands on the PC. You'd have to just bring it over, leave it with us, and yeah, I'd have to get the password removed and obviously check it out. The process itself takes a couple of hours at the very most, but obviously it goes in the queuing system for the work, so I can't say how long I would need it for, but certainly I do aim to get everything done like last time within 1 or 2 working days. I've got about 5 in today, but so I should get through most of those today. So if you dropped it off today, but it's Friday today, so it probably won't be looked at until Monday. Yeah, I've got no other solution to help you out, unfortunately, apart from that. But as I say, if it's not worked on today, it's probably going to be Monday. It'd go into the queue for work, and obviously, if I get round to it today, it'll be done today. If not, it'll be done Monday, depending on how many I get through to today. But obviously, if you dropped it off Monday, it might get worked on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. All right, no worries at all. We'll see you soon. Cheers, bye bye. Having a go at me because his Microsoft account had locked him out, and he wanted to then vent his frustration at me like it was my fault. Well, it's my fault because his Microsoft account's locked him out. And then it was like, well, can I just do it from here? Can you tell me how to do it? Well, research some forums if you want to do that. Do you know what I mean? And then he's moaning because he wants to wait for it, and I don't do waits. Because it's not fair on other people who want their stuff urgently, is it? Anyway, where are we with this? You did catch me out. I got done by ship. And then I hit the volume down button. So thank you for that. I think that was Sergio. Thank you for getting me on that one. Thank you. Right, where are we? Where are we? We will connect our 1 volt. So we're at 1 volt, half an amp. We've got 1 volt, half an amp down here, connected. So we'll inject the voltage, we'll just move the DC away, and what that means is I can put that really shakily up there, and we'll just make sure I've got a connection. Yeah, I've got that. Should have told him you could do it remotely, but he needs to be online and logged in. Yeah, he couldn't. I nearly fell for that as well there where you said that, Nick. I was just going to say, yeah, but he can't get online. It's coming up with his, to log on screen. It says your Microsoft thing needs to log on online. He says, I'm online. He says, but it just won't let me do anything. I know what when we reset the password, because I'll reset the password for him. But like I said, if it's a live account, an online account, he's going to lose his online credentials. So that'll be the next thing, which will be we've lost all my online login details and whatnot. Well, yep, I did tell you that. That's why I took it off mute, to make sure I can say, well, I did tell you that on the phone. And when he says I didn't, I can say I did, and here's the proof. Anyway, let us inject 1 volt at half an amp, and let's see if anything on here is going to get a little bit warm. We want that thermal camera just there. 3rd time lucky. That's why no, my camera is charged. I'm going to say that's why my camera keeps going off because it's not charging, but it is charging. I don't know why it keeps switching off then. I must set a timer to switch it off. I think I might have done actually. Set a timer to switch it off. That is the problem fixing PCs. If anything happens in the future, totally unrelated, even if it's software or hardware fix, then it's, yeah. Well, it came with it. We did it on stream actually. It came. We had a 4090 fitted in, quite a big computer. It's a video editor or something, and it was the one which it should have been like that, and it weren't. It was slightly kinked over. Didn't have a support bracket and everything else, and I told him to get a support bracket, but I would say he's probably not got a sort of support bracket either. Anyway, let us see what's what, see where we are, and let us get this voltage injection done, and see if we can get some things on here. Right, let's touch this down here. We should get half an amp, 1 amp current draw. Let's go. We are pulling half an amp there. Yep, point. We're not. Let me just get my power supply on screen because you guys can't see this, can you? There we go. Right, you can see it now. 1 amp, 1 volt, half an amp. So we'll just get this onto a decent ground. We're only pulling 0.6 at 1 volt. That's... And I'm on half an amp of current there. I'll just put probes together. I've got my I've got... Sorry guys, another phone call coming through, 1 second. PC repairs. It is. Okay. Yeah. Have you tried another adapter? Because they don't last forever, those. They do go quite often. Right. Okay. You can pop it down to me by all means. I've got a couple of those adapters myself, so I can try them, and then we can see what's what. I mean, there is a possibility it might damage the USB controller inside. So if it's done that, it's whether we can do anything about that. But yeah, by all means, pop it down. Bring the adapters as well, and with the charger, and we'll see what we can do. The sooner you get it down, sooner it goes in the queue for the work. So you know, if you drop it down sooner rather than later, it'll be before anybody else who drops in, if you know what I mean. So sooner it'll be worked on. Okay. Yeah. No, you won't be able to. It'll be Windows 11 if you buy one off the shelf. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can blank it off and put Windows 10 back on for you, no problem at all. Yeah. Yeah, no problem at all. Just give us a shout before coming. No worries. See you later. Bye-bye. Sorry about that, guys. 2 phone calls very quick after each other. And there we go. Right, I'll just put my volume back up. He'd got a, well, I don't exactly know. Well, I know what's up is he's got a USB adapter for his Ethernet and it stopped working. So we'll see how that is. Sorry, another call coming through, gents. Some days it's like this. 1 second. PC repairs. How can I help? Hello. Got nothing at all. No worries at all. Cheers then. Right, sorry. Want to know if I had any laptops to sell? Yep, nothing at all. Right, so we're up at 1.8 volts and 1 amp. Sound about right? Thin wires for current injection. You lose current on them. Okay, so we'll do. That's why I stopped doing it for people. Oh, what are we doing, cows? You should have told him, yeah, you can do it remotely. Yeah, hit like right, 2 volts. So let's just do that. We are pulling, we're pulling 0.9, so it's not pulling anything really. If you look at, it's not pulling anything at all. So let's just bang that voltage up a little, because I think we're right. We're probably losing through thin wires. So we are capped at 1 amp at 2.2 volts, and it's pulling 12 watts. So let's go on to thermal camera. Clip that down. It's pulling 110 milliamps and nothing at all. Everything is dark blue. What's that? That's the coil. So at least coil's getting a little bit of heat in it. Off, on, off, on. That's the coil. Can't really see anything lighting up or glowing at this voltage. Oh, there we go. We have a winner. Ooh. Ooh. That is something on the other side of the board. Because if we look there, gents, we have, that's where it's coming up. And there is nothing at all on the board. It is straight, so it must be other side of the board. And we have things on the other side of the board. But if that were glowing that much under that side of the board, no idea what that might be. So let me get back onto thermal camera. It's going to be somewhere down here. Still pulling current. There we go. 31 degrees. Let's see what that is, what's glowing. Oh, we have a little culprit there. We've got a little U-gate. Yeah, coil one. That's not. 23 watts, not 12. Right, okay. That is the thin wires. Yeah. Alcohol to confirm. Yes, we will. We'll get some. We'll give it a drink. We'll give it a drink. To Sylvia Pink, the saviour of the human race. So we will stick that. Pulling current. Ooh. give it a chance to generate a bit of heat and see which one of these is drying up. I will point to the one I think it might be. Well, it's pointing to that. What? That. Whatever that is. Yeah. Can we see that on camera? Oh, right. So at least we're at what that is. So let me just disconnect the power. That is not a power line. Oh, I was wrong. Oh no. You suspect the RTC line on CPU is cooked. If it's the U gate, you need to check if the output. What are the markings on it? That is a really good question, because I am going to struggle like hell to see that because it's not very clear. So I will try the pen trick. Let's see, once I wipe that off, see if it does what it should do. MF. Let's move my thing and let me get a bit closer and zoom in and out. No, never going to read them in a million years. So we can get some light reflecting off it to see if we can do it. Where's my chip gone? Finger. MF, that's it. Nothing else under there. The hell's that? Bit of wood. But that's the thing, what's getting hot, hot, hot. Should we check to see if there's no shorts on there? You have a polarized lens so you can see it. I don't, Sean, no. It should be MF with a number. Yeah, there's no number under it. It's either not been printed on properly or something. There's definitely no number marking under there at all. Even if I drop my microscope down to the lowest level so I can get maximum view. I know this is a bit of a terrible thing to do. Right, that's maximum down there. Let me... It's a plus and a minus. It's that one. Ooh. I can't go any closer than that. That's basically what it is. MF plus minus. It's Logic. Is that what it is? STQFN8. Oh, that's the chip, isn't it? Available from Matt. Oh, how did you know it was that one? Oops, the caps. I'm just wondering, yeah, shall I just check them caps for any shorts? Because as we saw with the... So I'm tangled up with all my wires. Resistance. That one's okay. That's resisted to ground, so that's fine. I've got a seagull outside. Where the hell have I got a seagull outside? I'm about, I don't know, 60 mile away from the coast. Is it lost? 17 ohms. 17. Ohms. Oh well. Oh well. Right, so there's no... That must be ground, because that's the only one going to ground. Board view. Yeah. Oh, you got board view up. Ah, that'll be why. That will be why. Do we know what that does? If we removed it, would it partially operate? You know, is it... If we run it off, would that just kind of... motherboard ref. Let me wind back up. Back to where I need to be and zoom out. And right, I've got somebody at my front door. 1 second, gentlemen.
Yeah, got a little.
PCDD, you little shit.
Sorry, I'll just turn that down. they'll just abuse me, don't worry. But yeah, I think you're right with website. But that one looks like it's a genuine website.
It looks genuine.
Yeah, it looks genuine to me. So yeah, just upload your images and then just see what she says.
All right, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem at all.
All right, buddy.
Okie dokie. You're not going outside, dog. She went, go on. She won't run away. You know what she's like. She says, I'll just check the coast is clear, make sure nobody's out there. Right, come on in, you. See you later, Wayne.
See you later, mate. Right, drop.
Thanks for that, guys. Just one of my neighbours. We had a prowler on the street the other night, and 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 youths in balaclavas decided to try and get into his house. So we got it on camera and whatnot, and we've just been waiting for police. And he's had a text message this morning, and he just wanted to know where the link on the text message looked genuine, and it does. It looks genuine to me. Oh, right. Sorry. Where are we going on here? Where are we going? I took you off. I took you off mute when it was here. It was like, you little shit. Yeah. So we did get that one. Cows didn't get me. Someone can write motherboard reference. Right. Sorry. Motherboard reference. That's what we were doing, weren't it? That's what we were doing. Which is sat under here, under the RAM. flick that one off so we haven't got any reflection. So that's your motherboard reference just there. It's a simple programmable logic device. Okie dokie. So they're going to be specific to the board, aren't they? If it's a programmable device, so it's not like I can rob it off another motherboard and put it in. It's not like a MOSFET where you can just do it, or a capacitor if we ever change them. It's a bit more bespoke and unique to the motherboard, I would have thought. Put my heating back on because the front door's been open. He's blinking freezing. Absolutely chilly, chilly, chilly. Let's just have a look on here. We need a donor, I would imagine. Yeah, so it's not even like it's going to be a common part on another. I mean, I won't have a specific donor for this. I've given most of my boards away now. Back to work, back later. All right, Dreams, no problem at all. Thank you so much, and do apologise again, Dreams, for missing some of your comments in there. But I didn't have chat on live chat. I think I had it on top chat, so I must have missed some. So I apologise with that. So other than replacing this, do we think there's any more that can be done to kind of resurrect this PC? Because if that's a programmable chip and I ain't got a donor board, or we can't get a donor board, we're not going to be able to do it because it'll be specific to board, won't it? Okay, that is a good shout. It is a tiny, well, I've got nothing else to lose on there, have I? Because ultimately it ain't working. So if it ain't working, it ain't working. So that's the tiny chip which is coming out. I'll drop this back down because I need to be in a bit closer than that. And we do need a bit of illumination on the nation. Again, guys, bear with me 1 second. I've got somebody at the door.
PCDD, you little shit. Right, guys, sorry about that. 246, yeah, that's correct. Another happy customer. They always leave front door open. It's absolutely bitter. Absolutely freezing with front door open. Right, let me blow that into there. Let's take this chip off. And turn the air temp down, because if not, it's that small, I will blow it away. Let's see if we can get this off. Microscopical. Where's my little tiny tweezers I was just using? Because it is a little tiny one. Ah, shit. I remembered, yeah, done that. I remembered on that one, with it being somebody stood at the door to turn it off. So the one we are aiming for is this little sucker just here. I've got a funny feeling these tweezers might just bend with the heat. Right, put that to one side so I don't lose it. I'll just cool down a couple of ticks and get my thermal mass on there to chill it down. Ouch. Okay, so that is off there. Give some bit of cooling spray because it'll just take mean temperature down. Okay, let's go back to all and flip her over. Did you check on the EC chip caps that the EC chip is not shorted? I did not. Should we check those now? Because we can always put that little chip back on because it's good practice. Resistance. I'm putting continuity mode just so we've got a definitive beep when we do it. So, yeah, we've got that. Turn the light down a bit because we've got so much reflection with this light. So, just want to make sure I've got a I think I've been through all these. Right, so there's no, I can't see any because certainly the only cap on there is that one there. So let's connect back up, let's get thermal camera on and see if anything else is getting any heat. Did you, alright, you've got to pay for downloads on Badcaps now. Didn't know that. Didn't know that. I ain't used Badcaps for, but I don't really use it a great deal. I know it's an amazing resource, but I don't use it that often. If I'm being honest, let's get back on here. Let's connect our power back up. So we are still sat at 2.18 volts, and let's just see if anything else on that side of the board is getting wham when we apply our electricity to it. Thermal. Oh, my bloody camera's gone off again. I think I must have reset the timer on my camera because it just seems to be turning off every 5-10 minutes. I need to have a look at the setting. Oh, I did a software update on it. That'll be why. I did a software update on my thermal camera. So that's why it keeps triggering off on here. So that is now, come on, 100%. Yeah, I can see it's loaded. Yay, we're back up. We're back up. We'll put some current on. We are pulling nothing, which is all well and good. So we have nothing now. Ohms resistance. So we're going to check on here. So we'll get a ground. 113 ohms on that side, and we've still got meg ohms on that side. So yeah, that short has gone. That short has gone. Do you know if we connect these back up now down here, which we've disconnected? Because there's no, I did put voltage on. We get no current draw at all. No current draw at all, and they are working. So we've got no current draw. So it's not great news. 113 ohms isn't great news. No, it seems awfully high, that. Check to see what board does now. Okay, let me take that off. Swap them over. So let's put my voltage back up on my DC power supply because it's the same one as that, and click in there. Okay, so back up to 19.5 volts, and we will see with customer power supply. Plug that in. Shouldn't be doing much because we've still got that bridge connector missing there, but the good news is that's now not overheating. And the other good news, this little thing up here which was glowing its nuggets off, the little resistor, is now try 3 volts now. Okay. Ouch. We don't have 3 and we don't have 5. Right, LDO, needs to reconnect it. Good point. Well spotted. There we go. That's that. Put that in. Right, that's not getting up to 70 degrees like it was before. That's getting up to a more modest temperature. But do you know the crazy thing was, I'm touching CPU there, which obviously is not generating anything. The CPU, that is still getting warm up there with a little tiny, there's a resistor up there as well. Voltage. We have nothing on 3.3. We've got 5 volts, but we've got no 3.3. But we do have 5. But if I connect USB-C, what is the resistance of the 3.3? Resistance of the 3.3 is 152 ohms, 157 rise, 160 ohms. Yeah, that's just rising now. As opposed to 5 volt rails, 20 ohms. 20 ohms on 5 volt, 170 ohms on the, or 190 rising on the 3.3. I can do. What, whilst I'm supplying, whilst it's plugged in? Because what I was going to say, Sergio, and I don't think you caught this bit at the beginning, if I use USB-C to power it, we get this action. So we get 19 volts there, but what we did have earlier we get 3.3 when I'm using USB-C. We get us 5 and we get us 3.3 if we use USB-C. Yeah. And I suspect, apart from that up there getting hot, nothing else. And I was getting the board to actually boot. Not display, because I've not got to a display yet, but I was getting the board to turn on. So it's triggering from 5 to 19, and it's doing that a lot quicker now. Hell of a lot quicker than it was before. Hell of a lot quicker. Let me jump start the board. Can I get on a ground and on here? Ah, the board's now not jump starting. Ah, the board's now not starting. Could be the gate you removed, yeah. But as I say, the 3.3 what was getting hot before was, yeah, that's now not getting hot now either. We had a little MOSFET here, which we're getting a bit toasty, which isn't. See if there's anything on backup board getting a bit warm. That's the EC chip, which has just got a nice glow dead in the center. That's the EC chip. Put my tweezers down somewhere for jump starting board. Does it react to power button? It's now not. It was reacting to power button, it's just now not reacting to power button. I'm trying to post the board. So it was before, but now we've removed quite a few things. Let me just put it back in its case. And I can just press the power button on the keyboard, which will make it so much easier. So I was just jump starting it as it should be, you know, like we do. Put that under there just to lift it. We'll sling the USB-C port in. So we are on 19 volts there. I've got a customer here, the one with the Windows issue. Right, so pressing the power button. No, not reacting to power button at all. Not reacting at all. Just bear with me 1 second, guys. I need to get this. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. That's the one for the password reset. Oh gosh, it's freezing. Where are we now then? Oh God, with glasses. Where are we now? Because LDO is disconnected. Check 3 point. What if you supply 3.3 from? I'll try that. Try USB-C 3.3 rel is not enabled from DC in for a reason. Could be that the gate you removed. I suspect CPU could be gone. Yeah, I'm thinking it might be CPU because when we did post it with CPU, when we got it, sorry, not posted. When we got life into it, the top left-hand corner of the CPU was red hot. Everything else was pretty cool. The power draw is not okay. 40 milliamps on 19 is bad. Yeah. Does it react to power button? No. React? No. No, it's not reacting to power button. And before we removed the thing off the back, it wasn't reacting to power button, but I could post it with the tweezers, which is now not letting me do at all. And it was generating some serious heat around the around some of the components when I was doing this. But when you look at the trying to manually post it with the tweezers. The pin, yeah, it's sat at that now. Yeah, it's constantly sat at 0.6, and I would probably say I cannot see anything apart from that chip up there, which is that one. Let's put a better quality thing on, which is that is still getting hot, and that little tiny resistor at the side, but we think that resistor's fine. That's the only thing which is getting hot, which looks to be a power delivery for the CPU. It's that one here. Power delivery for GPU, I would have thought. Or maybe something to do with DC input, I don't know. I did speak with the customer yesterday, and I just went with the issue it's got. It's because it's an intermittent issue. It could be problematic. Could be very problematic. So I need to move on to other stuff. So I'm going to park this to one side. I'm going to have another word with customer, and just because we've been on this since 9 o'clock, 3.5 hours, and I've got a lot of other stuff to do. So I'm going to park this one to one side. I honestly don't think the fans did it any favour with the amount of debris in these fans, and I think he's probably cooked it to an inch of its life. And I've got a funny feeling when I ring him, he will then say, yeah, just bin it and scrap it, I don't want it back. Because he probably don't want to spend a great deal of money on it. So I think that's where we will end up with this, unfortunately, which is a real shame because it's a nice laptop. So let me put some of these screws to one side and the bits and bobs, unplug those, and then we can at least move on to the other things. What we might stand a chance at repairing. Plastic tub is what I'm after, so I can put some screws in it. So at least we can do that. So yeah, don't win them all, do we? But we'll live to fight another day. That's the thing. I've certainly learnt things from that experience, doing that I didn't know before. So clip that onto there. I'm just trying to get some of these bits sorted and tidied so we can move on to the next job. My carefully calibrated wire can go in there, my tweezers and knife goes in that one. Half a bottle when you've got such a small desk is trying to make room for everything on there. Turn that one off because I don't need that on. Right, let's pick these screws up. Get into the bottom of it. Lots and lots and lots of screws in here. I think that is all the screws. Where did we put that little chip? And do you know what? When we look at this tiny little chip, it just shows you. And I'm going to show it on a normal camera. I know everyone will be used to looking at things this tiny. But that is the chip we took off. If anybody's wondering what I unsoldered, that is the chip. It's not a capacitor, that is a chip. And there's probably 8 pins or 8 solder balls on the bottom of that. That is the chip, guys. What I took off. If anybody's wondering what it looked like or how big it was, it is minuscule. Absolutely tiny. And that's the thing which we're causing the short. What is a pre-programmed thing. We can see the pads underneath. It's little. Let's just put that next to a normal pen nib, so you've got an idea on size wise here. I mean, you can read my fingerprints better than that. That's the thing. It's so small. You know, and in real world, you would never. You would never, would you? But we're going to put that in the box, and if the customer does come to pick up, at least I can show him what is the number on it is just says MF. There's no number on it, unfortunately. It says MF, but Dreams has found it on the board view. It's a pre-programmed controller, so I need a donor board rather than anything else to be able to do it, Nick. Unfortunately. It just says MF, but he looked on board view for the reference, found the reference, and you can get the chip, but obviously it needs programming. Yeah, that's a good idea. Put it on some tape. That's a really good idea. Let me. I've got some of this. I use this micropause tape. I find this micropause tape brilliant because it's easy to rip and everything else. And I think I said that on there, but yeah, it's now on. Now on micropause tape, not that you can really see it anyway, but it's on there. But yeah, good call on that one. So at least if customer does come, I can say it's that thing in there which has caused the issue. But I think it'll be a case of it's dead. Just dispose of it, which is useful because it means we have spare parts. Just really annoying that when you can't repair because of one reason or another. So we'll just wrap this up. I'm going to put this through onto my shelf where it can sit until I ring him later on today. But with the way the CPU was showing the big heat spot as well, only on one corner, every time I've seen that, it has been a defunct CPU or something similar. But we give it a very good shot to see if we could regenerate that, revitalise it, and get it back up and running. I have got quite a few things being picked up this weekend, so we should be okay with that. Right, next one. Next. We have a big PC getting a 1200 watt power supply fitted. Yes, you heard me right. 1200 watt, a 1200 watt power supply is being fitted. So let's grab that. If I can remember where I put my power supply. God, it's heavy. This is the PC. Not exactly a lightweight either. But that's the PC. Let me grab the power supply. It is a used supply that is provided. But it's certainly a big boy, 1,200 gigawatts. 1.21 gigawatts. If anyone's wondering how physically big it is, I think I showed this when I came live this morning. That's a normal power supply size. We're all used to that. That is the 1200 watt. So it's a bit of a chunker. Same width and everything else, just obviously it's showing a little bit of extra length there and showing off. Probably, I think I said this morning, about 9 inches difference in length there. Or if you want to believe me, probably about 5 centimeters, 2 inches. Oh, but yeah, certainly a big boy. Shut that. It's freezing in here. So we're going to give this a wipe and a clean and a fit and an install. My dirty rags down. 1100. What have you got on 1100 yours? It will contain a lot of smoke. I'm gonna plug it in and try it, and see what it is, because look at the warranty sticker. It's been opened. It's got a big old warranty sticker, so it looks really clean on inside, I must say. So it does look like it's had a clean out. So I'll give it a wipe over and a quick blow. I'm not sure if it's a programmed IC. I think Dreams found it on the on the schematics, on the board view. Sorry, Hector, and said it was a programmed one. But I'm going to have a word with the customer anyway, because obviously if I've got to spend a lot more time on it, I'm not working on something else, and because I've got to then concentrate on what is going to earn me money and pay my bills. This will. So we'll give this a wipe and a clean and a blow out. So we are going to use our magic spray, which is a closely guarded secret. If anybody's wondering what this is a real closely guarded secret. But it works wonderful. Works absolutely. Ooh, crikey, that is a bit dirty, isn't it? I don't mind cleaning it off, because we're going to fit this in the computer and he'll never look at it. Never look at it in his life. Wondering what model this is? It's the EVGA 1200 P2. P2. That is the model in question. Yeah, and one of them, I would imagine several of them are not well seated. I'm hoping he's got enough plugs actually, because he's got a CPU and GPU. Might not have enough plugs, because I think he had an extension on his, thinking about it, because it's a, you'll see when I start doing it, it's a server case what's in it, and he's got another card in there. He's got a Sound Blaster card that takes 12 volt input from the GPU supply, from the PCIe 12 volt. So yeah, which I thought was a little bit peculiar. I'm just going to give this a quick blow. No dust in there at all. It did look clean inside. If it was going to be dusty, I would have took it outside. So let me I know this doesn't test load, this thing, but we will just plug it in. Getting nice and warm in this office now. We'll plug it into the power supply tester, which is sat in this box here. And we will just double check and make sure we have life. Gold platinum stand, is that what it is? It's a Supernova, EVGA Supernova 1200 P2. If anybody is wondering which one it is, that's the beautiful thing there. It'll start beeping its nuggets off me when I plug these in and turn it on. 1 and we have a 6-pin there. Cut that off and cut that off because I don't like them on. I think this will be third power supply, fourth power supply I've done this week. A bit weird like that. Some weeks you get repetitive jobs, other weeks you don't see any power supplies. I think I did 1 month. It was screens all month. I must have did probably about 25 laptop screens in a month, which is just crazy. I don't know why. It's usually around school holidays, in fairness. You usually get laptop screens. I think it's because kids go on all, do that, or they take them on holiday and things like that. Yeah, it's usually around school holiday time that I see them. That one goes in there. Right, we're all connected. This will either go bang or it'll work. Yeah, everything's good. 12.2, 12.3, 5.1. Power good 230 milliseconds, 5 volt plus, 12.3 plus, and 3.3, all stable and static on there. So all reading is good. I know it's not under load, but I won't know that until we've got it in. So we'll flick that back off. We have an eco button on off. There we go. So we'll disconnect this back off. We will put this to one side and we will take its old power supply out. Now this is a bit of a big computer, this one. Another full-size desktop rather than a miniature case or anything which is usable. It's a big beast. So it's a bit of a pain. Bit of a pain, but we will see where we go with it and see what's what. Okay. Let's see if we can get this up. Oh gosh, it's heavy. It's heavy to lift. Put it back on face cam. I think my customers at the moment are just adamant that all they want to do is knacker my back in. Blanky neck. Lift your knees, lift your knees. Oh. Now he's got a Corsair RM850 in here, which we are taking out because that has blown. So that's the one coming out. So we will need one of his adapters for the GPU, because we're using one anyway. I will once I've got the power supply disconnected, I'll stand this up so we can all see what's inside. And I've also got to move one of his case fans because obviously the power supply is considerably larger. It's a bigger beast. A bigger beast than the other. Oh, fix it, yeah. If he doesn't want it back, oh, that's tight. If you don't want it back, we will have a go at getting this repaired. Strangely enough, it is powering. It's just not got any load on it. So the power supply under no load shows us working. As soon as you put any type of load on it at all, e.g. connecting it to PC, it stops working. I have tested the computer with a test power supply and it is fine. So that's why it's been highlighted as a power supply issue. If you remember, this one is the servo one, so it's got 8 slots of RAM in it, and it had the hard drives which weren't screwed in. I know you guys can't see, but I will be standing it up in a second. The only thing you'll be looking at then is the side of a computer. Probably not as pretty as we'd like, but can't really do much about it because it's such a big machine. So we'll stick that on there the best we can. But I need to stand this up to do with this. Oh gosh, it's heavy. So I've put that there, and I'll see if I can adjust the camera angle down, so at least you can see maybe a little bit more. But that is zoomed all the way out my camera at that. There we go. So I know you're not looking at anything interesting, but I haven't got anywhere else to put the PC, and I'll be as quick as I possibly can. But yeah, this is the one which they didn't have the hard drive screwed in, the mechanical drives, and it's got 3 drives from varying ages, from 2007 I think the oldest one was, or 2006, moving up to, I think the newest one was something like 2019. So none of them were particularly modern or new. Put them down there because I don't want to get mixed up with the others. I mean, what would you say is the right size for most PCs? I don't think it needs 1200 watt. I don't think I've come across, well, I can't say I have come across, I have come across, because I've done big beasts of PCs, you know, sort of 5090s or 4090s, which had them in, and, you know, I did one other day which had a 5090 and a 9850X CPU. But even so, I don't think it needs 1200 watts. Personally, I wouldn't say that it would need 1200 watts. It just still seemed like a bit of overkill for me at that. Next thing we need to do, I need to take this off here, because there's nowhere for that to go on there. Crikey. So we need that cover off. There, screwdriver. Get this off. Check the base. What was that timing on test for the Duff one? I haven't checked the Duff one for the timing. All right, the new one, I don't know. I will have a look, Nick. Sorry, I'm just seeing your message as I was looking down there. I will have a look. That one's staying out. Oh. Oh. How did... Oh, is it... At least it's plastic and not glass at the front. See if I can get that off without breaking. Ease it off. Where the heck does that go to? Right, don't go anywhere, they've just folded it in. Wonderful. Right, that's that. This is the Threadripper. If you're wondering which CPU this is, it's the Threadripper. Right, so the other one is the 1200 watt. Platinum, 80 plus platinum, is the Threadripper. Is the new one. The old one, I don't know. I've put the old one now. No, don't know. I've put the old one, the 850. Oh, it's still in. Not took it out yet. Helps if I disassemble and take it out first before I start looking out floor for it. The crud on the filter. Now it's a little bit dusty. We'll give that a little bit of a tinkle and a bit of a clean. It's not as dirty as that laptop we've just done, I will say, but even so, I don't think I'd want to be. Breathing that in. That's 3 of the 4 screws out. Support the power supply as we get this in. Oops, that's better. Do you know what? The power supply inside looks immaculate. Absolutely immaculate. Got some nice rubber feet holding the power supply up there. And that. Let me get this power supply, get the new one slotted into position. Get off. Get off and grab a screw. Let's see if I can spin this round. Oh, screws fell off screwdriver. Well done. Well done, you chicken nugget. That'll hold it in place. So we'll get another locating one in. I've got to go out tomorrow. I've got a meeting and an appointment tomorrow, and I've got to go to Chesterfield. Never been to Chesterfield before. Has anybody got any recommendations of anywhere to go in Chesterfield if they know it? I can't say it's a place which has ever... Oh, that's good. None of the screw-holes lined up. Wonderful. No screw-holes lined up. It's a place which I've never... I think I went once about 40 years ago and got a parking ticket. And I think I swore blind I'd never go back again. I don't know if anybody knows Chesterfield at all. If they do, if they could recommend anything there. I know there's a cathedral or a church with a crooked tower, but I'm not into sightseeing. I just want somewhere to... Might need to waste an hour, you see, between meetings. And obviously, with it being a Saturday, I don't want to get caught in a great deal of traffic. Get that one in, see if I can line them up to that one there. Yeah, about the Crooked Spire. That's the only thing I know it's famous for as well, Nick. I worked, when I worked for Granada TV, I think I had to go, I can't remember what I went for. I went for something, and I parked in the wrong place and got a parking ticket. I was furious for getting this parking ticket. It were all my own fault, I can't say not. But I do seem to remember coming back over a bridge, and it were like a 5-lane road, but the centre lane was shared depending on the time of day it was, and there was overhead signs. I'm sure that was Chesterfield, but again, I haven't been to Chesterfield for multiple decades. I'm not just talking a couple of weeks, I'm talking decades, so it could have well changed. You'd like to think it's changed since then. Great service you'll get renting your TV set from. Yeah, I was one of their engineers, so I went out to houses. So I think I covered Chesterfield. I can't remember why I covered it for a short period of time. For probably holiday cover or sick cover or something like that. It wasn't a long period. I think it was about a week at the most. So I was probably just covering for somebody there. But I did get like I say, I got a ticket, and I was furious. I went down this road, and I want to say it's near a factory somewhere. But I went down this road, and there's a long line of cars, and you get to end at cars, and then there's quite a lot of spaces, and then another car, then a space, and then another car. So nothing. All one's jam packed, and I'm like, well, I'll just park in that space there. So I parked in this space, didn't bother reading its signs, and that were resident permit holders only. Everything before the sign was free to park. That's why it was rammed. So I just parked my car there, got a parking ticket. I don't know, 40 quid, 50 quid at the time, because it was a lot of years ago. But I was furious. It was kind of a day's wages to me, because back then we didn't, we were earning like £1.80 to £2 an hour or something silly. We weren't earning a great deal of money, because that's what we earned. So it literally wiped the day's wages out for me on it. But yeah, it was all my fault. Youth was not a friend that day. Let me give. I think his vacuum needs charging. Give that a quick suck and see if I can. Yeah, my vacuum needs charging. It's not sucking. Oh, my computer's just kicked into really hot mode. Why is that? W. Why is my computer just kicked into something incredibly hot? Desktop, memory stick, diagnostic. I just need to have a look why my computer has just suddenly gone incredibly warm. Sensors only. No, we don't want that. And let's flip that onto PC screen so we can see. Why is my CPU running at 70 degrees? That seems awfully warm. Never runs this hot. I mean, OBS is using a little bit, but there shouldn't be any reason why I'm using I wonder if my water cooler's on its way out. All that's slagging off to do for water cooler, and I said when it goes I will change it. I may just order a new cooler and fit it in my computer, because my water cooler should not be sitting at that. Yeah. Anyway. Facecam. Get back onto that one. Limestone Caverns. Is that what's there? Limestone Caverns. Is that in Blue... Are they Chesterfield? Blue John Mines? I thought that were Derbyshire. Or is Chesterfield in Derbyshire? You'll have to excuse me. I am horrendous at that. At geography or anywhere like that. Blue John Mines. Limestone Cavern. Is that the one what Paul Daniels owns? Not the not the guy who does Apple Mac repairs. The magician who's passed. Is that Mother Shipton's Cave? Is that area? Windows. Nick, I'm on Windows 10, so there's very few updates coming through. Very few updates coming through. Let's see if we can get some of this cabling shifted. I think if we stick all this cabling through here, I'm going to leave his GPU coming out the top, because we've got the GPU power here, as you can see. One second, just got somebody texting me saying he wants me to build him a new PC. I can sort that if you give me a bell later today. There you go, wants a PC built. Yeah, there's a 12 volt input there. Now he was using on his power supply a splitter to come across, because he only had the same connections as this. So yeah. So I think what I will do is leave his GPU, which are VGA and VGA. So those two I'm going to leave exposed at the top and not feed through the bottom. And CPU, obviously it needs splitting, because this is multiple pins, with it being a server. Might need to use a splitter down there as well, and then we've got a starter just there which can sit down the back as well. So those 3 at the back, and then the others coming at the top. So we'll see if we can stick this round a little bit. Again, it's not an easy one to work on because it's just a bit of a bruiser. We'll stick his condom on his rubber sleeve on here, because that got ripped off when we were doing the other bits. Stick them through the hole. Try and do all this without knocking the computer off the shelf, which is always good fun. Now, let's see if we can get these in here. Yes. See if we can put his silicone case protector cable router thingy bob in, which is what I'm trying my best at getting positioned. And you know as well as I do, these are not always easy to get in because they're just tricky. Not hard, just tricky. Certainly when you can't see some of it, it's hidden under a humongous power supply. Huge. So we'll get one of these plugged in, then I'll use a splitter on the other one to to feed the sound card. I can't understand. I don't think I've seen a sound card with a 12 volt power, PCI power. I don't think I've ever seen one. I don't know if anybody else has, but I don't remember seeing one with 12 volt power. Throw that on the floor. It's in there. 6 and me 2. If anyone's wondering the difference between GPU and CPU, GPU is 6 and a 2 to make 8 on your connectors, and your CPU is 4 and 4 to make 8. So even though they're both 8-pin plugs, when they are connected, just don't get them mixed up. 6 and a 2 and an 8 and a 4 and a 4 to make the same amount of plugs, but they are wired differently and configured differently. So please don't mix them up. So we'll cable tidy that in a tickle once we've got the other power supply in, because I'm going to have to see if I've got a CPU adapter, because I don't think, I'm hoping I've got one. I don't think this board will post without all the adapters in, and I might need to order one because I think I've used it. You know, the one what basically just splits out like I put on the GPU. Splits out the power connector. Might have one in my box there. If not, I'll have a look at that in a second when I get to it. If it won't post with the with just the 8-pin in, and we need the additional 4. Normally, you only need the additional 4 if it's high current, but with this being a thread ripper, I'm unsure. I'm unsure whether I'll need it or not. I don't know if anybody in chat knows that, whether it'll need both the 8 and the 4 for a thread ripper, or whether it'll just survive on the 8. I think he only had an 8 before, so we might be okay with that. That one goes up there. One would imagine that one goes in there like so. This one laid back down. So I get these two married up and paired up and shoved into that all that way. So we are at the point of, that's it. We should have to post this now. Obviously it's got no, are ripping the threads in my heart. Sorry, there is more than that on the floor, if you know what I mean. They are formed differently as well. The squared edge pins shell should be, yeah, it should be different. Married up. Isn't it too late for marriage? Married up. Isn't it too late for marriage? I'm not following that chat. Sans, I'm not following that chat. I wonder if he's talking. I wonder if he's chatting it wrong. I'm completely lost on that one. Have I missed something there? Yeah, they are formed a little bit differently. I have had customers, Nick, where they have forced a GPU connector in a motherboard slot into the CPU. I had somebody do that, and he blew his. It was when the 7800X or something like that had just come out, and he did it, and he fried his CPU on that one. I've never had anybody put a CPU different end. Well, when he did, yeah, he really forced it in, really, because I remember him ringing me saying I've built it myself and I can't get it working, and I went okay. So when I figured out what he'd done, when I looked at it and said, oh, that's what you've done, he went, that's why it didn't go in. He said I had to really push it in compared to the rest. Yeah, it didn't end well. Blew his CPU and didn't blow his board, strangely enough. Did not damage his board, but the power obviously filtered straight to the CPU, and it went differently because they negative and positive and moved. Why couldn't they just design the ends so they were universal? I don't know on those. I'm sure there's a reason why, but I don't know what the reason why is. That's probably the best way of saying it. Right, I think on here we've got GPU plugged in, we've got a sound card plugged in, we've got motherboard plugged in, and we've got ATX in. We can give this a post. If I can get this on behind me. Oh, there. God, that's so heavy. We'll get a power cable. We'll see if it goes bang. I'm hoping it works. HDMI. I cannot remember whether this posted to OBS, but if it does, we will get a picture in bottom right hand corner, which is currently microscope. If it posts, we'll get a picture there. Stick that in that hole. Well, that's one stage done. We've got power lights on the board. So if we keep an eye out on bottom right hand corner, see if this Threadripper, it's an AMD Threadripper, 8 channels of RAM, but it's only got 4 populated. It's got, I think it's a 2060 or something like that. I couldn't see on the card when we looked the other day, but we'll have a look if we get it posted. And that we'll just get Keeley out, and we can plug Keeley keyboard in. And I don't think we'll need Mickey, but we'll need Keeley. At least it gives us a shout at doing this. So bottom right hand corner, if this will post or not. Hopefully it will. That's a good sign. The fans aren't spinning, but don't know. Oh, we've got a fan spin. We had some flicker on screen. If it goes to full screen, I will flick over to it. I'm not going to do it before, and so we're not sat looking at a blank screen. We have DRAM light in yellow. Probably can't see it, but it's DRAM light down here in yellow. Gone back to CPU in red. Come on. GPU, we look like we may be booting. We've got no light on the keyboard as yet. Oh, we look like we are booting. We have picture. We have picture, yeah. Main board has come first. Yeah. I don't think it's got onboard graphics. Do Threadripper have onboard graphics? Don't think they do. Don't think they have an onboard graphics. So let's do F7, get into advanced. So we've got a Threadripper 1920X 12 core. Doing today's standards, I mean, I've got a 3700X, 3700X, and that were same clock speed, but obviously not as many cores. I think there were 8 core. Was the Threadripper significantly better? I know it was tuned differently. It had more level 1 and 2 cache and things like that. But you'd expect a Threadripper today to have dozens of cores, and when you consider that, I mean, my 5900 here has got, even though it's overheating, it has got 16 cores, is it? No, 12 cores, 24 things. So this is no different. I mean, mine's running at 4.2 gigahertz, my CPU in this PC that I'm streaming from. And you look at this AMD and you just think, wow, not a great deal. Yeah, they had more PCI lanes and whatnot, didn't they? Yeah. You don't really need it for this. That's the reality behind it. It is running nice and okay though. 38 degrees, obviously not under any load. Oh, James is back. Hello, James. Hello. Good afternoon, James. How the devil are you? Yeah, so this one looks like it's working okay. Not reporting any issues. We'll give it some stress testing. Let me turn my power supply off because I've left my power supply on. There you go, just in case my lead's short out. Fast boot that. We'll boot into. I've got a funny feeling. We can boot straight into a PE environment on this. Graphics card information. It's not going to tell us what it is it? It's an NVIDIA GPU. We just don't know which one it is. Running at 16x natively. Pity it doesn't tell us what GPU that is. Did you fix the laptop? Well, it was a bit of a mare. We tracked it down, James, too. Not that one. We tracked it down to this little fellow here, which is so tiny. It's an 8 thingy bob. Can you see that under that sticky tape? I bet you can't. But under that sticky tape is it's a chip. It's an 8 pad chip, and it's a pre-programmed controller IC which was feeding the EC chip. And we removed one short and then another short and then another short, and then we finally got to that one and took that off, and the shorts disappeared, but computer didn't work. And you can't get it's a pre-programmed one, so I need a donor board rather than that. So I need to have a Sans. I forgot it was free. I will like, thank you. I forgot it was free. That's made me chuckle. That nobody's put that before. Yeah, I watch it back after it. I must say, Dreams and crikey, Hector Reader and there was 2 or 3 in chat, all giving me advice on it, walking me hand with it. I can't remember. Sergio was in there as well, walking me hand by hand through all the steps, and yeah, James, it was a learning curve for me on that one. I learnt so much, and I'm going to take away things from that. Even though it was a no fix, it was a certain learning curve. But with the heat dissipation on the CPU, if you remember when we powered it originally, the heat dissipation in the top left hand corner of the CPU, we think it might be a damaged CPU as well. Certainly with the state of the fans in there being all blocked up like they were. So we think it was that as well. So, so it's got 8 slots of RAM in here and 4 populators. So RAM ain't running amazingly quick either, are they? Oh, those fans are just amazingly blocked up. Amazingly blocked up. Amazingly. Right, I'm going to stick my Windows PE, my Vento disk in here. So I will need Mickey. just to make sure we can do this. So we'll just get Mickey Mouse out and we will plug him in. You can join Keedly, the keyboard. And we will give this a save and exit. And then we'll get back into the BIOS and see where we go. I'm hoping this will post more or less straight away, so we're not looking at a blank screen far too long. Come on. Threadrippers, they do take a while just to post up. That's the reality. I will flick back over to it once. Oh, I've got a picture as soon as I flicked off it. There we go. I just want to get into it and then I can boot from the, because we haven't got a boot drive in here. I've disconnected all the drives, should I say. 3 of the 4 drives are out, because we didn't want to do that. Get them mixed up. Let's enroll the key from disk. I'm looking at a small thing on here. I got a small one. And yes to that, and reboot. So we'll just through reboot process yet again. Should let me kick into my Ventoy disc now. Got a nice Noctua cooler in here, you know. Big Noctua cooler, big fan here. Some more fans at the front. Not making a noise at all. I can actually hear my computer over top of this, and I'm sat, I don't know, 10-15 centimeters away from this one. And the Noctua coolers do run exceptionally quiet. Exceptionally, but I think we were discussing yesterday the Thermaltake Peerless Assassin. I know James just got one of them. I'm going to have to put one of them in mine actually, James, because my water cooler looks like it's on its last legs. It's done well. I put that in 2019 and my view was when it leaks, I'll just build a new computer. But I'll probably put an air cooler in there and get one ordered. Might order that today. And get that done one day next week. Right, so Ventoy is loading. We'll go into Sergei Strelyak. I think that's how it's pronounced. We'll do some diagnostics. We'll run some benchmarks. We can do a power benchmark. We will then boot into. So let me see. I don't think Threadripper supports M2 on the board, so I might need to. I'll just grab an old SSD, and then at least we can sling an SSD in here. Is that an SSD? That is an SSD set up there. It's an ADATA SSD, but it'll do. It will do. We definitely don't want that. We'll use this ADATA one. It's only for testing. And we'll get. I just want to make sure it will install Windows and whatnot. And work under load. Well, Sergio Australia, I probably need to download a later version of this. And we'll go for Windows 11. Not that it looks different to the Windows 10 version of this. But we'll see if we can boot into this and do some benchmarking. I think what we may struggle with is what many drivers installed. Okay, so let me just turn off that we don't need, and we don't need the other one here. We don't need that. So we'll just turn them off, and we don't really need overhead for the time being. Okay. So let's see if my benchmarking diagnostic tool will work. They've changed the subscription model on this OCCT. I've been emailing them so I can get this set up on a Windows machine, not in the in thing like this. And you subscribe monthly now through Patreon to support it as such, rather than a license. Because some people were saying I own a because you used to be able to buy a lifetime license for it, and you can't any longer. I've turned on PC today and it will post but no display, and giving me 1 long and 3 short beeps. Any advice for a fix? I'm pretty clueless with PC stuff. Yes. What make a PC is it? Yeah, what motherboard? What make is it? Because the 1 long and 3, I would imagine it's probably a RAM issue, because 3 is normally a RAM issue. 1 is just to say I've got a problem. 3 is normally the code, really. If it's something like Gigabyte or Asus or something like that, 3 is normally down to that. So yeah, just let us know what make of the motherboard it is, if you can. But I suspect it's, chances are, if it's doing that and it's beeping, it's a RAM issue. But don't go fiddling around with stuff unless it's all unplugged and you've disconnected your disconnected any stray voltage. Asus Prime B560. I'm sure somebody in chat will post that up just to see the beep code, but I would imagine it is probably RAM related. You coming in? Come. Dog, we're knocking on the door. So I would imagine it's probably RAM related, and it's probably a RAM issue on that. We want to do a power issue on it, power test on it. So I'll just bang a power test, and it's crashed straight away. Wonderful. So sling the older version on. I don't think this will run because, to say, it probably needs drivers and whatnot. I disconnected everything and checked the RAM and GPU, all seem to be still right. What I would recommend, if you are happy and confident doing this, plug your power supply back into the wall, but switch it off at the wall and at the power supply as well. And then what that will mean is you're not got any power coming into the computer, but you are still earthed, e.g. you're not going to create any static problems. Lay it on its side, so you've got, if it's a glass panel facing up to the ceiling so you can see inside. Pop your side panel off, press and hold the power button for about 15 seconds, and with the power supply and wall socket off, it will discharge, so you're not getting any residual voltage in anything. Touch the side of the case with one hand and just take your RAM out. If you know how to take RAM out, brilliantly. If you don't, you can look down on your RAM, which sits near your CPU, and there should be some clips at either side of the RAM, if you look kind of along the length of it. And on an Asus, I think they only have clips at one side, which is normally the side closest to the top of the case. And pop it out and then reinsert it, giving equal pressure left and right over the RAM stick until it clicks in. If it's beeping like that, I would have thought, James, it's RAM issue. But I've not looked up the code. I am assuming it's RAM, because 3 is normally RAM on that. On. Right, I'm just going to put this through a few minutes of power on here, just to make sure the computer is running okay. Just while that's running on there, gentlemen, I'm just going to let my pooch out because she's come to see me saying, Dad, I need to go outside for a wee. Come on. So I'll just leave that running on screen. I'll be a couple of tickles, gents. Right, that's the dog outside. Just give her a couple of minutes. She's not been for a walk today yet. We can take her later on for a good run. One long, 3 short is GPU. Oh, is it right? Okay, there you go. Follow James's thing. He's got the right string now. Yes, it's video card, I believe. What video card is it? Did you say in one of your earlier messages? No, you didn't. What video card is it? Right, that doesn't seem to be causing any issues at all on here. That's the power one. So I'm just going to boot this down, and we'll sling a SSD in it and boot up to SSD. And I'm just going to install Windows on the SSD just to make sure it's following everything through like so. We'll get that onto Facecam. Oh, lift that up, lift that up. It's a 3060 Ti, so it's not a mega heavy card either, but it is a nice card, that 3060. I've got one of them. Did you say you got onboard graphics on it? Can't see chat a second, sorry, I've got this in my hand. Up here. If GPU is good, you have already powered it, then try a different PCI slot and also check the GPU power cables. Have you got onboard graphics? Did we ascertain whether you got onboard graphics? What CPU is it you've got, do you know? Come on, computer. There we go. F7. Go around to my boot. Select that as a that one there. I'm going to bang Windows on this drive, and then he said it isn't working with integration. Oh right. Okay. Yeah, it could just be a no detect on it though. If you've got another slot, I would suggest again doing the same what I said. Leave it plugged in. Blah blah blah. Turn it off. Hold the power button in. To discharge everything and move it to a different slot. Have you got any warning lights on the board as well? This takes about 4 to 6 minutes to install a full version from these memory sticks that I use. They're so quick. Can't recommend them enough. The ScanDisk Extreme Pro. They're not cheap, but they are exceptionally good. Exceptionally good. I'll just clean the disk. There we go. We should have a nice clean disk. The amount of times I've done that and I've typed the wrong disk number in there, it is really frustrating. It is a data disk, so they are pants. Just let that install a second. BIOS update or reset recently using internal one. Yeah, that's the other thing. What you can start trying. Try a BIOS reset. Pop your BIOS battery out. I'm not sure what the warning lights would look like. I'm clueless with this stuff. Your warning lights are generally near the power input of the where the motherboard goes in, which is near your RAM, and you usually got lights on there. But they should marry up to the beep code anyway. But you can sometimes see where it is hanging, because it could be hanging on CPU, for example, but error reporting a GPU issue, because it could be an issue with the CPU talking to the GPU on that one. Just got to let the pooch back in. I've just realised I treated myself when I went to the shop this morning, and I bought myself some goo puddings, salted caramel goo puddings, for after tonight's tea. We're having we're having spicy pineapple and chicken wraps tonight. That's going to be interesting. Really interesting. Right. Do you think it's worth changing PCI slots then for the GPU? Diagnostic and problem solving is a matter of eliminating what could cause it. So it's not going to harm swapping the slots if you've got another slot, just to make sure there's not an issue with that slot. So for example, if you put the card in at some time, it's been sagging down or it's been knocked, it could have damaged one of the solder joints on the motherboard. So changing slot might make it work for that reason. So yeah. Oh, the first time chatter. Hello mate, could you give me some advice? Oh, sorry, I've only just seen that in there. You chatted on Twitch as well, so I do apologise. Missed you on Twitch. Yeah, so I mean, changing slots, it's just a case for eliminating any possibilities on there. Whereabouts are you based for repairs? I'm kind of in Midlands area. Sorry, it's me on. No, I was just looking because it came up on Twitch, and then I noticed you were on chatting on YouTube as well. It's absolutely fine, no worries about it. Yeah, based in Midlands, down south of Birmingham area. But yeah, just going back to your question on that, it's just a case of eliminating the possible causes. So if it is coming up as a graphics error, swapping it over to the other one, just make sure things like your cables are plugged in, your power cables, because it'll have a power cable on that one. If it's a modular power supply, make sure it's plugged into the modular power supply. So take your other side panel off, make sure that, I presume it's got route on the side panel, route back into side panel. Make sure your cable which goes into your GPU, your graphics card, is still plugged into the whatchamacallit, the power supply. Okay, just give them a reassuring push in. Take your battery out and reset your BIOS, and do that. So it's just a case to say just eliminating possible things. Okay, I'm Leeds. Wait, so a bit for me. Was thinking that I'm just taking it to a shop for a look at into some clues on this stuff. Yeah, I mean, if you're not, the trouble is with hardware like that, unless you've got items to swap it in and out with, it's sometimes difficult to get to the bottom of. Some things you can suggest, things like taking RAM in and out, because if you've got two slots, you can just use one slot of RAM. But obviously with GPUs and whatnot, unless you've got a spare GPU to try it, to eliminate that, or taking the GPU out and try it in a test system, that's where it gets a little bit iffy. But even though it's coming up with a GPU error, it doesn't necessarily mean it's your GPU. It could be your CPU or your motherboard, which isn't recognising your GPU. So it's actually coming up as a GPU fault because that's what your motherboard thinks it is, but it's really because it's not getting the feedback communication via your CPU or your chipset. So it could be something like that. By heck, I just realised I sounded really convincing then, like I knew what I was on about. They say you don't need to know what you're on about, you just need to sound convincing. There'll be all these people in chat going, what the bloody hell's he rabbiting on about? He's talking absolute trash. But no, that's that's the kind of thing I would put down to. But yeah, try it in a different slot just in case it is a damaged slot, because they're not mega heavy. No worries at all. Picture we couldn't be any more thing, but hey, please consider subscribing if you want to watch join us again. It's not a problem. It's free to do so. Just need to hit that subscribe button. But thank you anyway. But we're more than welcome to help where we can. Lot of knowledge. I'm just a face on here. Oh, he's followed on there, and he's probably going to subscribe on YouTube as well. Thank you very much for subscribing on Twitch and maybe possibly YouTube. I don't know if my YouTube one's working. But I think everyone in here is subbed and followed on Twitch for you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. But yeah, any other questions, more than welcome to contact me directly. My email is on my profile as well on YouTube. But again, Lots and lots of knowledgeable people in chat, a lot better than I am. But, sorry, I'm eating my dinner at the same time. Let us know how you go on as well. By all means, pop back in and let us know how you get on. And if they do come back and say it's X, Y, and Z, please let us know before, because if they turn around and say it's going to cost you 800 quid to get it repaired, you know, we might just be able to go, that's probably a bit wrong. Certainly if you're not in the you know, grand scheme of things, not knowing what's what, because not all repair shops are created equally, and some may think they might be able to charge a little bit extra for certain things. But yeah, please let us know. We are in Windows. I'm just going to bang the graphics drivers on quickly so we can do a proper test. And then we can do, while this is installing, we can do a test on here. Diagnostic software. I am looking. Move. Oh, dog's coming to my office and she's in my way. Let me just copy these across to here. Bang them on there. And I think it's that one as well. And we should have that one copied across. And we should have Furmark on here somewhere. I can't see because it's so small. Where the heck is Furmark? Furmark is there. And GPU Z, I'm going to put these on just so I've got them on this disk, because we're going to use this disk over and over again now. And then we're just looking for Snappy. There you go. And we'll bang the drivers on. And then we can see what's what with this. Select all and install. This Snappy driver is amazing. If anybody is in chat and don't know what this Snappy driver is, I use it a lot. I got it recommended by chat. And once you download it and put it on your system, you store it onto a USB memory stick, and it literally lets you install your drivers. It scans them, finds out what you need, and it installs them without logging onto the interweb. Brilliant thing. Brilliant thing is this. So we are on the Threadripper. We are showing 64 gigabytes of RAM, 4 of 8 slots all used. Run at 1200 megahertz RAM. That's a shame, isn't it? That's a shame. I don't know what Threadripper supports, in fairness. It's only the second Threadripper that I've ever worked on. It's clocking up nicely. Once we've got the driver installed, we will push it on a benchmark and see what we can do. We'll do that, and we'll do that. I'll give you guys a shout when I get the price back to make sure I'm not getting scammed. No problem at all. No problem whatsoever. The second set of eyes is always good. Yeah, 2 pairs of eyes is always better than 1. That's my view on it. And believe me, I overpay for things as well when I don't know. In this life, you only know what you know. If you don't know what you don't know, you don't know it. Sounds a bit strange, doesn't it? But it's a lot of don't knows in there. A lot of don't knows. Oh dear. Right, what time is it? 1:30. I am just while that's doing that. We've got it in the bottom right hand corner. I'm leaving it on that view a second. I'm quickly eating my dinner. Yeah, I treat myself some goos. What's everyone's view on those? I know this is a little left field and not computer related. We are having tonight, we're having those. Not had them before. And you put pineapple and whatnot in them. Take your taste buds on an adventure and bring flavours inspired by Mexican street food straight to your kitchen. Get eating out vibes with staying in feel. So chicken fillet, small red onion, fresh. Oh, we won't be putting coriander. Coriander. What's with coriander? Coriander's vile. It tastes like dirt. Add a fresh or canned pineapple chunks. They look nice. Mighty, fruity and spicy, all El Paso tacos. But I will say tacos, tacos are about this big. They're tiny, tiny tacos. Tiny. I ripped box off earlier because I wanted to see what were in it. And then I treated myself to these. We've got salted caramel, goo desserts, cheesecake desserts. We've got them £1.74. Still expensive. £4.25 for 2 puddings. Who on earth pay £4.25? £2 a pudding. Why would you do it? Don't know. Don't know for the life of me why you would do that. Beyond me. Beyond me completely. Right, let me get back onto this one. We have... I just saw that go off. I wonder why it's just gone off. That's not... That keyboard's still responding. Oh, that's good. It's now powered down. We can see the fan slowing down. See if we get back on. Bottom right hand corner. I wonder if it was just doing an update for drivers or something like that. I think it probably was. Yeah, right, we're back into admin. That should have now installed drivers. If it has, we will... We've probably got the drivers that we need. Let's have a look. Yeah, I'm not bothered about network card. And I don't know what they are. They could be RAID controller or something like that. But the primary ones are this. I'm going to eject my memory card, my memory stick. So I don't want it testing that, because I've done that before. Take that out. I will sling a quick OCCT thing on it, which is down here. Yeah, I need to get my login details on here for my OCCT. Yeah, because you do it through I say Patreon now. I like to do with several other things to support them on a monthly subscription rather than a license or a lifetime license or anything like that. Come on, load. This is probably good. Oh, a Threadripper. What do I do with that? I'll put this through a power test and just to see if stability power, is that one there? And we'll start that. Just want to see if this is actually pulling the actual juice through or not, because obviously with the power supply as it is, it might not be pulling everything. But 1200 watt power supply, we'd half expect it to be able to really. Dave's here, everyone. Dave's here, everyone. Stop. Everyone stop. Dave's here. Afternoon, Dave. Has the snow arrived yet, Dave? That's the big question. Has the snow arrived? Not until Sunday. Oh, that's good. We have forecasted it for UK from Saturday, Sunday onwards. I've looked at my weather forecast and it's just kind of 2 degrees. I'm doing a run on Monday night, and that's the highest chance of snow. It's only short. I'm probably going to push it to about 7k because it's on my second run back since May last year. So I'm not going to run far. So I'll probably do about 7k. And it's forecasted it for, I think, 7 o'clock Oh no, 6 o'clock on Monday night, which is smack bang where I'm running on a night run. So yeah, right, pulling 177 watts on that Threadripper, and we're pulling 250, call it, or 240, yeah, 250 on the 2080 Ti. So it's a nice card, that, in fairness, which is crazy because the CPU is pulling 100 more than the the GPU is pulling 100 more than the CPU on there. CPU is getting a bit toasty. Look at that. That's going, I'm hot, take me off the sun. And that's what it knocked to a cooler. But you would expect that because Threadripper will be really screaming its nuggets off, making sure it's not leaving an ounce of performance on the table for you. So 3.6 across all cores. I'd be quite happy with 3.6 on this age of machine to be doing that. Stop, go back. I think that's enough to say that the power supply is actually working fine. So we'll get this posted down. We'll connect the customer's hard drives back up. I was just letting you know in case you were wondering if anybody was listening. All right, I do feel like sometimes, Dave, I'm talking to myself, but I don't mind that. In fairness, I was saying yesterday on stream that I watched a YouTube video. Oops, I dropped my keyboard. Keely's on the floor. She just committed suicide. She's thrown herself down. Keely keyboard. Oh God, that's heavy. That as a streamer you go through different levels of talking, and they're saying, let me grab these drives. And when you first start, there's nobody in your chat, so you've got nobody to talk to, and it's really important that you talk because nobody joins an empty stream, which I get. I never had that problem because I was fortunate. Oh, we've got a 980 Pro. Yeah. Oh, this is the one with the vertical. I remember this one now. It's got the vertical M2 mount, NVMe mount. Yeah. So it was. Nobody will join an empty stream, so you've basically got to talk to yourself, so people aren't joining an empty stream and going, oh crikey, what's all this about, which I get. And then you get to a point where you get people in chat, so you've got people now to talk to or respond to or communicate with or whatever you want to call it. And then you go to the other extent, you get too many people in chat and you can't keep up with messages, so you end up talking to yourself again because you literally cannot read all the messages because there's too many people in chat. So I thought that's probably about right, really. You go through the different stages of being able to and being not able to talk to chat. So I've never been in a position where I have struggled with talking to myself, because I never had to. There's always been people in chat, but I understand that people might be in chat, have it on in background. They just watching rather than talking. So yeah, I don't think it's a big necessity to think we've got to interact all the time with chat, or we've got to be on it all the time. So I'm just looking for an EVGA SATA cable. I think I've got one in my box of delights down here. That is all Molex. We don't want Molex. EVGA power supply, and I will test it just to see if it works. And I think that is the one that I'm after. Woohoo! So we'll stick that back there. But you can imagine somebody like, I don't know, Mr. Beast, who's got, what's he got, about 5 or 6 people following him now? Must have an awful time if he ever streams live. must be horrendous if he ever goes live and tries to stream. You know, with the amount of people which must be on thinking, I'll just talk to him because he'll want to listen to me. It must be crazy. Anyway, right. Sometimes when you're soldering, it requires you to pay attention, and that attention leads to quiet time, and then you look over to chat and no one's saying it. I know. I don't like, not so much the uncomfortable silences. I think if people, I know we all come into chat for different reasons, but I think if people have come into chat to watch, I think that, I wouldn't say they've come in to be entertained, but they've come in for a reason to listen to me or to do whatever. So I don't like leaving uncomfortable silence, because you watch some streamers and, well, yeah, literally they don't say anything in chat and they just sit there. And I think that is probably a waste of an opportunity, because the reason why I don't do VODs, you know, video on demand, so things like that, I do, but not a great deal of them, should I say. The reason why I don't do a great deal of them is because I like the interaction. That's one of the reasons. I like the interaction of what chat offers. So that's one of the reasons I don't do it. I'm just going to see if this boots into Windows again. If it does, brilliant. I've just connected the my SATA cable. I just want to see if it comes in. I love when Andy reads things that are not there. Do you know what? It's surprising how many people. Oh, surprising how many people. Yeah, that's not the right cable. Wow, it's a bit smoky. Whoa, we don't want to plug that in there, do we? Whoa, yeah, that's not the cable I was after. Whoa. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's the wrong cable. Oh, definitely the wrong cable. Don't you just love burning plastic in the morning? Lovely. I'm gonna have to find my SATA cable because that's the wrong one.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I have just I thought I'd got an EVGA power cable. So I just tried it with nothing else plugged in apart from this drive that I've just made, which is an old drive. Well, just installed Windows 2, and oh yeah, let's just open that and see what I've melted, because clearly something in there has gone awry. That is, and you can smell it. You're thinking, ooh, that's not right at all. That really shouldn't be making that smell. Oh yeah, it's a little bit warm. Oh, lovely. Oh yeah. This is going to be a prime example of why you do not, under any circumstances, use the wrong cable on a motherboard. You use the cable that was supplied with the motherboard, because if you don't and you connect something up, like this old hard drive, that can happen. So yeah, that's what I could smell burning. But that's why I tested it on my hard drive and not customer, so that can go in bin. Yeah, bin it. I can repair it. It stinks. You know what motherboard smells like when you've done that? It's not. That doesn't smell nice at all. It's not an aftershave I would be wearing. Thinking about. So I'm gonna have to stick my head in this box behind me and see if I've got a SATA extension lead, because I'm one SATA thing short. Because he's got an M2, which is a vertical M2 drive, and he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drives. So, yeah, there is a streamer that I watch, and I've put things in messages, and he'll read message, and it'll be a message to one other people you're talking to in chat, and they'll think it's for them, and he'll answer you. And I just think, well, you know what? Obviously, it's not a problem, because we all read chat at different levels or different paces or whatever. But it is hard. It is hard trying to keep up with chat sometimes. To see what everybody's said or not said, or oh, that's where they are. Ah, I found my CPU ones. I wonder where they'd gone. I've got loads of Molex to Molex, but I've got no. I'm gonna have to order a SATA to SATA extension, I think. I don't think I've got any SATA to SATA conversions or extensions or whatever you want to call them. I thought I'd bought a pack. I haven't seen them since I. Oh, there's my fan ones. Do you know you start looking through your boxes and you think that's where that went as well? I think I'll put that somewhere I can find it, and then you just end up buying more because you can't find where you've put it. Look at this for entertainment. Watch me rummage around a box. Yeah, I struggle to solder when I'm talking, and I usually say to chat, you can always tell if I'm concentrating because I actually pause from talking. God, I don't even know what end that is. Right, put these back in here, and I've got a drawer with some in, so I'll just check in my drawer because I could have sworn I bought about 5 or 6 of them. Sling that in there because I don't want to get that mixed up again. Most of the PCI cables are the same. Yeah, it was a SATA cable. That's why I was thinking, and I think it was from EVGA, but this is a 1200 watt EVGA power supply. Yeah, they should make it standard. They really should make it standard. I know why. Well, I don't know why. I said that earlier. I don't know why they do what they do. Why they do it like they do it. And they really should standardise it. Tell you why I think I've got one is in my data recovery box. I think I've got one in here, or is that just a Molex to twin SATA? I thought I'd have got a SATA to SATA. What's that there? No, that's a SATA to whatever that is. No, it looks like my Amazon Prime will be taking me to get one of those sorted. Let me put that back there. That's darn annoying. I normally try and keep one just for off chance that something like this happens. Let me just check in my drawers down here. It's probably like us all, we've got them, and it's just a matter of finding where we stored them. The issue is I cannot get into one of my rows of drawers because, God, if anybody needs any power supply, I've got hundreds of them. Oh, I need that as well. I'm glad I went in that drawer. I need that. That's stuck to my hand. Aha, what's that? No, that's USB. That's my USB cable drawer. That's more graphics cards. I must have probably around 50, and I'm not exaggerating there, gents, 50 graphics cards. I must have 50 GPUs, without any doubt. I mean, there's another graphics card sat here. I've just got graphics cards all over the place. So many. Is that an EVGA box? That's Corsair box. Last place I'm going to look. If not, I'll order one. And I've got a dash cam in here. That came in for repair. Did that dash cam, and I repaired it because micro switches had gone, and he never came to pick it up. And that was about 3 years ago. So So I would say you probably don't want it. Good luck then, aren't they, people? Just repair it for me, and then once you've repaired it and you've spent all that time, I just won't come and pick it up. And you go, hey, thanks for that. I wish I'd wasted my time doing something else for you. Wi-Fi cards coming out my ears as well. Looks like James needs another trip trip down here. See if I can get rid of some more of this stuff. What's that? No, I'm going to have to order one. I've got another laptop down here as well, which is for stream to give away on stream. Right, let me put them desk fans in there as well. Put that GPU back in there. Put that there. Oh, if there's anybody out there who needs any spare parts, certainly GPUs. If you need a test one or something like that lad who's just been in, let me know. I have. Oh, my cable's under it. I have 2 PS5s repaired and not picking up yet. Yeah, you'd be surprised. Nothing annoys me more than swallowing or eating on stream, especially when the mic is closed. Sorry. I've been avoiding doing it, but I've not eaten today, Dave. Not eaten today. I won't do it anymore. I won't upset you anymore. I do try and avoid it. Right, I'm not even going to look in that box under there. I'm just going to order the... I'm just going to order them. Oh. But you do realise, once I've ordered them, I'll go, oh, that's where it was. Definitely don't know where it is. I'm going to stop looking. Because if not, I'll just end up carrying on looking and not being able to find it. Oh. I don't mean you specifically because you can't or haven't heard it yet, but I have some streamers that have a super sensitive microphone and it's literally in their throat and all you hear is that, yeah, swallowing noises, and it bothers the crap out of me. I know it's just because it doesn't affect anybody else. Dave, I've got a, I don't know what you call it. Let me get my telephone, oh people, just one tick. PC repairs, how can I help? All right, somebody wanted me to go out and set their printer up. Don't do that. I need to order a SATA cable. SATA, I'll order a few actually. Oh, a few cables. Yeah, I've got a thing for. It's a really strange one. Do you know when you watch these programs where they do makeup, you know, transform people's images and things like that? And not that I particularly watch them, but when you're watching them, the one I cannot stand is when they do teeth, when they do people's teeth. I've got something about teeth. Cannot watch it if they do teeth. It's terrible, 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 terrible. I'm just going to order this so I don't forget. SATA splitter cable. Bang that on Prime. See what we've got coming tomorrow. That's too expensive at that price. I can normally get. We don't want that either. What one of them for? £3.98 tomorrow. Have we got a pack of 2? £5.43. £5.79 for. I knew I had some. That's the pack I bought. That's the pack I bought. But that was a year ago. Yeah, I wonder I ain't got them. Arriving tomorrow. Add to basket. Go to checkout. Proceed to checkout. Continue to checkout. Yes, I've gone to checkout 3 times. I don't want you to take it off my gift card balance because that's when I want to buy something for myself. Arriving. Oh, I can buy it. Arrive it today. We don't know that because it never turns up. They charge it money and they never deliver it. Right, that'll arrive tomorrow. So at least we've got. That. Right, so that one's arriving tomorrow. So this one, I can't do anything else now until Meat Splitter turns up, and then I can do the cabling on there. Plug that back in, turn that back on. Pull that on all. I just want to see if it boots in bottom right hand corner. Make sure I've not done any other, somewhere around there. Make sure nothing else has happened. Keeps retraining BIOS, even though BIOS battery is fine. I wonder why it keeps doing that, but hey. We will see where that goes. We're just waiting for a BIOS to come up in the bottom right, or on this screen now, as we can see. Please, please, please work. That's better. The CPU fan has been on full speed and just detuned to probably about half speed. Nice and quiet. It's on VGA, it's on boot. We have picture. So I can't boot any further because I'm hoping it'll just go into the BIOS. BIOS, because we need that splitter. Right, so we'll get that shut down. We'll get onto Facecam and we will disconnect that. His new 1200 watt power supply. I'm just going to carry this through into the other room. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn around and find my SATA cables. As that's where I put them. It'll be one of them, won't it? Be one of those. So we'll carry this through. He has got numerous hard drives. So, with the added benefit of that noise, I'm going to disconnect his hard drive so they don't fall out. Because if you remember, they weren't screwed in. We'll carry this through and we will bring the next job. Yeah, I've got plenty of time. Next job on, which is an all-in-one, which I'm looking forward to because we all know I love working on all-in-ones. The jeopardy of breaking the screen is immense. Oh, that weighs so much with that power supply. Oh, dear me. That power supply is so heavy. We'll take these through because that's his. And we'll leave his old power supply there. Well, I've got repairing that power supply on stream. Right. That's good. Oh, what's that? No, thought I'd found it then. I'm going to stop looking because if I find it, it'll annoy me. So we'll keep hold of that. I'll see what he wants to do with it. If he doesn't want it, we'll see that. We'll see where we go on there. We've got one of those. And we'll see what he wants to do with that. Really annoyed I can't find my whatchamacallit. Sorry, Dave. I'm going to eat my last 2 bits of dinner. Which are here. So I'll put my microphone on mute just to annoy, just so it doesn't annoy anyone. Just 1 second. There we go. That's a power one. Put that in my power box for my fans. Because as much as I try and sort these cables out, we can't always sort them out. James, were you here? Were you here a minute ago, James? When I decided to just try a different SATA cable on that power supply. Were you present when I did that? And it's a good example on when I say to customers, please don't throw your things away. Because if you throw your things away and connect it with the wrong one, nasty things happen. And what happened? That. This is mine, by the way, not customers. But we can see what happens if you plug the wrong power supply cable into the power supply and then try and power things from it. Imagine this being your GPU or motherboard or CPU. On this occasion, it was just that. So yeah, it's not a happy bunny. So fortunately, That is mine and mine alone. Microscope. That's what show on microscope, so I get it turned on. There we go. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. You're an idiot. We need to tell me what I am. We do need to turn these things back on though. And we need to turn that one is on. Overhead is back on. That is back on. Don't need that on. And this one.
I'm an idiot. You're an idiot.
Yeah, I'd love to say it with a demonstration, but yeah, that's angle will go for James. Surely for demonstration on not to do it. I thought it was an EVGA. I still think it's an EVGA SATA power cable off a modular power supply, but as we know, even though it's the same brand, it doesn't always work. So I just tried it with my drive. It's an old A-Data drive anyway, which are shockingly bad. But yeah, that's not very well, as you can see. It's blown bits up. And first I know about it when it was smelly. And it started to emit white smoke. So please, if anybody does this, please never connect a power supply without the right cable. Or you, like me, could have one of these little key rings. Because that's all it's probably useful for. But anyway, we'll recycle that in the bin. So we are now going to work on... Focus my camera back in. Just going to give my desk a wipe so I don't get thermal compound all over. Thought that was somebody coming to see me. I don't know where this thermal compound's come from. Right, any thermal compound. Oh, did I do any thermal compound today? I don't know. I don't really know. Yeah, demonstration purposes only. That'd make a good VOD actually, wouldn't it? This is what happens if. Make a good short. Please never do it. Please never do it. Oh, James, what I was thinking was, I noticed on your stream the other day, when you were doing, or one of your VODs, should I say, I may have, do you know your eBay things? What you're doing? There we go. I've got that. Might be useful for your new computer to go with the CPU. We've also got that which might fit in a yep, 256 gig might go in one of your things. We've also got that 512 gigabyte M2, and just to see if it's any good to you, we've got another two there, and we have some SATAs for you, and we've got some DDR4 RAM that I kept out for you, and we have another NVMe, two more NVMEs, another NVMe, another NVMe, another two NVMEs, another NVMe, another, oh, and that's an Apple one, you can't have that. There's an MSATA there as well for your testing. We have another NVMe, another NVMe, another NVMe. I think that's out of my computer upstairs. Another two NVMEs, another two NVMEs, another NVMe, another NVMe, another NVMe, another NVMe. It's like I'm on repeat, isn't it? Another NVMe, another NVMe, and we are now on to another NVMe. And another NVMe. These are small form. That's a 1 terabyte. That one that'll fit in Steam Decks and whatnot. Another one there, another one there, another one there, and another one there. And I've got some more in here in case that's not enough for you. But I was thinking that might do you for your whatchamacallit. this is only since beginning December. This is only since beginning December. I think I've been collecting these. So we when we get together, remind me, and I'll make sure I bring them. I've also got this if it's any use to you as well, James. But I don't think you'll need this. This is a USB NVMe tester, but I think it's for B key rather than M key, because B key is NVMe. And M key is SATA, I think it is. So that's the SATA one anyway. But I ain't got any. I think I might have a SATA drive here. There we go. So this is for SATA drive, so you can plug it straight in and test your SATA via USB. But I think you've got something similar anyway. Yeah, most of these are. I mean, they're all used obviously, but that one certainly in your new PC, a 1 terabyte, and I've got a couple more 1 terabyte discs in here as well. So if you've got more than one slot, we can possibly do that. And I've also got up there. I've got some 4 terabyte mechanical drives as well, that I thought might go in yours if you're using it as a whatchamacallit, a video station, you know, a video whatever you call it, thingy bob. I've got no big SSDs. 1 terabyte. I think there might be a 2. I've got a 2 terabyte. I've got a 2 terabyte one knocking around somewhere. Remind me, and I'll dig that 2 terabyte one out for you. I've got a 2 terabyte M2. I'll dig that out for you as well. And then at least you've got a 2 terabyte, a 1 terabyte. You should have. I would have thought at least 2 slots if there's 3 on board. I don't know what that Z90's got. If there's 3 on there, I'll dig 2 1 terabytes out, a 2 terabyte. So that'll be 4 terabytes of NVMe. And then a mechanical drive should give you the backup storage as well for that. These are just because I've got loads of adapters for converting different things to SATA for my data recovery. Somebody was asking me yesterday, have I got an adapter for mSATA? And I went, yeah, I've got an adapter for mSATA, as you can see. Can't remember who it was. Interesting one, the mSATA one I did yesterday. We did a Windows install on it. It turned out the controller had gone on the mSATA drive, and it was just it was shorting to ground, which was causing an overvolt, which causing the computer to shut down. So I couldn't get any data off it in the end. Yeah, that's my mSATA thing, which then just plugs into either traditional SATA, or I can plug it into my SATA adapter to USB. So yeah, that's what that is. And then I've got adapters for Apple stuff and everything else, and numerous different ones. This converts a B key into an M key, so that's a converter, that one. So you can still use it. I think it's B key into M key. I can't even remember. But yeah, remind me, James, and I'll next time we get together, I'll make sure you can have some of those, because they're just getting a bit cumbersome with all of them I have got. And also, I think you were struggling on RAM as well. So I'll dig you. I've got plenty of DDR4. I'll dig you some DDR4 out as well, because I think that's what you needed for those eBay laptops. There was I was watching on YouTube, somebody bought some of the adapters, you know, the RAM adapters to convert laptop RAM into laptop RAM into desktop RAM, and he did tests on it. I can't remember where it is now, but he did tests on it, and that was really really good. I got 10 more laptops to do at some point. Well, you'll need stuff like this then. Yeah, just remind me. I won't throw it. I'll just leave it. I'll do it, and remind me what RAM you need as well, and I'll dig your RAM out at the same time to get that done. Right, so we're going to do this all in one PC. I'm going to fit a new hard drive in here. And also, James, if you remind me, I'll stick you some. I'll do thermal paste at the same time. We'll get some of that over to you as well. It's brilliant. I just send James all my. I've also got coolers as well, James. If you want any of that, I've also got some coolers. The only thing I haven't got a great deal of, because I've binned them all, are your traditional 2.5-inch SATA drives. I do not have a great deal of them at the moment. because I did get rid of them. Oh, there's some more M.2. So I've only probably got, I think I gave you a load of them last time, but I've only got maybe about half a dozen or so of them, because I did get rid of so many, because they were weighing the shelf down. I wish I knew where that thing was. That's really bugging me, annoying me. Anyway, we're going to move on to this. No point me dwelling over that. Certainly got a lot of storage to go out. If there's anybody sat in chat who doesn't know who I am, how dare you? Oh, Mr. Amazon's outside. Have I got anything coming from Amazon today? I might have. Yeah, if there's anybody sat in chat who's not liked or subscribed, please consider doing that, because it's always useful if you can hit that like and ideally a subscribe button, because that means so very much. Or if you have access to Twitch, you can always pop along over to Twitch and hit the follow button on there. And then I can, oh, dear me. Oh, I've knocked things over. I can see how we get on there. Right, I've not took this to pieces yet. So this is a Sony. Oh, look at that one. Zip out. Sony all-in-one. Believe me, it's heavy. It's heavy. It's a glass panel screen on this with an LCD sat behind it. So it is a touch screen. But we all know, I've still got, can you remember the all-in-one we did 3 weeks ago where we took screen out and the screen was like £280? I still got that. Customers just not getting back to me and telling me what they want to do with it. I spoke to them originally and said, this is what it's all going to cost, because we can't really get a screen. Okay, we'll let you know Monday. That was 3 weeks ago. I have contacted them a couple of times and they've not got back to me. Not got back to me at all. So, gents, oh, like a lot of things, if you don't know, you've got to rely on somebody else. I'm going to have a quick look, see if I figure out how we get into here. I would imagine that panel comes up. So we'll turn, oh, dusty. Oh, gosh. This must weigh 20 kilos. Wow, it's a bit of a heavy one. Bit of a beast. I'm rabbiting on again, aren't I? I've lost my screwdriver. Where's my big fat screwdriver? There it is. Oh, we've got someone else on Twitch. Thank you very much, whoever that is on Twitch. We've got 2 people watching on Twitch. Hello. Just make sure you hit the like, subscribe, and follow button on there. We have. Oh, is that behind there? What a cheating thing. I would imagine that's the Wi-Fi dongle, which they've just gone, oh damn, we forgot to put Wi-Fi in the computer. Let's stick it in a USB port and then cover it with a cover. If it works, it works. Are we seeing what... I'm going to just show you what this has got on. Does anybody know what that is there? What type of plug that is? Oh dear. That would work well as a monitor on the giant PC. Oh yeah, that giant PC. To put them to... It'll break the desk. It'd end up in Australia. It'd be sat on... whatchamacallit's desk. Who was that Australian guy that I like? Who is it? That Australian guy. Now the one I like, Danny Ricciardo's desk. It'll be sat on Danny Ricciardo's desk to do that, which would be quite funny. But hey, talking about Danny Ricciardo, he's a proper nice guy. Proper nice guy. I don't know if anybody follows Formula One, but. Here we go. Where's Danny Rick? Let's see if we can see that. Look who that is! It's me and Danny Rick. Esteban Ocon. Up there, Nico Hulkenberg. Me looking ever so red. Martin Brundle and Simon Lazenby. Old Jensen there. That's Lewis, who was pig ignorant, wouldn't talk to anyone. Me and Lando. I've got a couple with Lando. Met Lando a couple of times in fairness. Felipe Massa. Mika Häkkinen. Can you tell I'm a bit of an F1 fan? that were Lewis and George didn't speak to anyone. And the best one I met was Seb. What a proper guy. I spoke to Seb for ages. PLD is Australian, yeah, that's the one I like. And what a grumpy sod he is. And he weren't much better either. But again, one of the nicest guys. I must have been talking to Toto for a good 15 minutes, so what a nice guy. And that is all we got from Lewis Hamilton. Walking by with your helmets on. Sorry, that was Lewis, other one was George. Wouldn't even talk to us. And Lando were a bit of a strop that day as well. But, and the one that is Crofty. Yeah, can't wait for, and then we've got Valtteri. There's a penis and whoever this guy is, I don't know who he is. But yes, and Charlie again. So yeah, I do like the Formula 1. Sorry guys, I don't know how I got onto that, but I thought I'd tell you. Thought I'd show you my little wall of fame with that. PLD, that's the guy when I'm at the one I like. Who I watch. He's such a clever guy. AI is great. AI is great. Do you know what? That was just one of the races I've been to. I've been to quite a few, and unfortunately, I've met quite a lot of the teams and drivers. That's just in one of the folders I've got on there. But it's brilliant. Tom, hello, Tom. Grumpy, how the devil are you? They have all grown ups down and down. Yeah, amazing. What a what you can do. I know James has just said that. I think that's the trouble with AI, because you just think, well, it's AI, isn't it? When in actual fact, it's not. I lived it. That was in, most of them are Silverstone, which is probably one of the worst paddocks I've been in. What a meat market that place is to go in. And the others were Dubai, Marina Circuit. Monaco's really nice as well. And, cobwebs. And Barcelona's lovely. The Italian one, it's gone out of my head. Monza, Monza's good as well. So yeah. And it starts in a couple of weeks. Does the pre-season testing 2026 have got revitalised or regenerated or redone rules? Probably biggest rule change in F1 history for a lot of years. So many big rule changes. Going to happen. So I'm excited to see how it is and how they get on. Hopefully there's one more screw just holding it in down that side. Well, there we go. That weighs an absolute. That's most weight. Wow, that stand is definitely a little bit sturdy. Oh, our drive's there. That's good. Our drive we can get straight into, because that's what we're changing. Let's have a look. Tommy Fibinanti. I don't know how you pronounce that, but Tommy, hello. Tommy, hello. Good evening, good welcome, morning, afternoon, good day, wherever you may or may not be watching from. Williams missing the first behind closed doors testing. Are they missing it? Oh wow. I have done every European circuit. I worked for Avaletti, who did the time. Oh right. They didn't do the crash test. Oh, is that why? Newcastle. Tommy Fibinanti, Newcastle. That guy's a stock trader. What Tommy is, or the guy whose name is Fibinanti. I did a computer for a stock trade a few years ago. And we had to set up 8 screens in his office on brackets, on wall brackets, that was interesting, trying to get them all set up and configured with 2 GPUs installed. What's that? Is that a revolving rust wheel? Is the stupid charts that you see when people look at stuff. Oh right, okay. It was a mathematician, wasn't he? I don't know. I've never heard of the name. Fibinanti. F1 fuel this year is apparently being made from waste. Well, Adrian Newey has developed a way to make fuel from can't remember what it's made from. It might be something like that. But they say if it ever goes into production, it'll make him one of the richest people on the planet because he's developed this way of doing it. And I can't remember. It's a couple of years ago. So whether that's still in development, but they are trying to hit more recycling. But this year, 50% of the car's energy is going to come from electricity. And anybody following Formula One, they used to have something called, it's a nice drive in here. Nice drive in here. They would normally regenerate the energy on electricity per lap and be able to deploy it at any time. And then they could have something called DRS, which is drag reduction system, which basically takes downforce off the car to give them increased top speed, but only at certain points at the circuit, which was predetermined. As far as I'm aware, this year it is changing to the fact that you can choose when you do your DRS. It's not called DRS. But the DRS is going to be available on the front and rear wings, because front wing causes a lot of drag in the straights as well as the rear. So if they can adjust the front wing angle as well, they might be able to adjust it mid-corner, for example, for better corner exit or something like that. So it is an exciting year this year. There's going to be a lot of learning to be done. It is I get what you mean, a revolving rust wheel. It's like fractal formula. DRS is gone. Yeah, DRS is gone. DRS has gone. And ERS to some degree has gone how we know it, because you can regenerate more per lap, and you can have more of a deployable amount and things like that. But the car's completely different as well in size, weight, and, well, I'm not saying completely. For F1 standards, it's completely different in size and weight as well. So I am really looking forward to the changes which are afoot with it. So we're going to struggle getting any of these screws in here, but we do have enough slack. So I might be able to get 2 screws in, but they're not particularly well lined up. But we will line them up, no doubt. We'll see how we get them in. Well, that were thing, and I'm sorry if I'm boring people, but that was the thing when the new regulations came out, weren't it? That's Red Bull got it working quicker than Mercedes got it working, and that was what's caused some of the tension between Toto and Christian Horner, or the teams, because they had, when the ground force effect came in, which basically means rather than just creating downforce with the rear wing pushing the car to the road, the underneath of the car worked to suction the car to the road, so you got a lot better corner and everything else, because it literally sucked the car to the ground rather than pushing the car to the ground. So cornering, for example, was dramatically improved with ground force. They had it once before, I think it was in the 80s, and it ended up getting outlawed because I think Williams developed it from memory. And they just had such a competitive edge over the others. They could just drive away from them round the track with, and the others just couldn't get anywhere near, absolutely anywhere near. It was. I put that in backwards. I'm a nugget. But yeah, the ground effects made a big difference back then. Don't know what effect it'll have this year or this time round, but it will have some effect on there. Yeah, it was Mantle, weren't it? Well, they had. Can you remember when they had active suspension as well? That was another thing what they developed reasonably well. Was that Damon Hill's era though, with active suspension? To drop my screw to get that working, and then that got outlawed, didn't it? Or do you remember the Tyrrell, which had 6 wheels? If anybody doesn't follow Formula One, Tyrrell had a car, and what they thought was, if you can go around corners faster, you'll obviously win a race. So they developed a car with 6 wheels, 4 at the front, 4 front wheels, just in a row, and then wheels at the back behind it. I don't think that ever raced. And then they developed one which had a massive fan on the back, and it was called a fan car, because they thought, well, if you put a fan on the back of the car, it'll spin up and cause turbulence and propel the car. And again, I don't think that ever raced either to that. So we're going to cheat a little bit here. We're going to put some sticky tape on here because I've got no, I don't think I've got a bracket to hold it with, even though I probably have in one of my drawers. But we're just going to cheat a little bit because we haven't got this, and I don't know where they are. I did have some mounting brackets, but I rarely use them, so I don't think I replenished my supply when I ran out, because I think the old ones I had for a number of years and never really used them. No. Yeah, fan car used ground vex as well. Yeah, I think most of them did back then. Air is considered a liquid. Weird. Yeah, it isn't it? How it's considered like that. I hunted for it a long time under aerodynamics, but it's hydropneumatics. Hydropneumatics. Banned immediately. Yeah. What was the most sold console game of all time in the US? That's a good question. I will think about that 1 second, James, while I just catch up with chat. Yep, the owner of the lived just up the road from me in Basingstoke. My friend worked for him at his farm. Quite obnoxious, apparently. Was friends with Chris Evans, and that was the Carfest South. Yeah, I've been to Carfest a few times. I didn't like Chris Evans there. I found Chris Evans quite arrogant at fans, and yeah, just didn't want to engage with you at all. We're all right when you're on stage, but nothing else. Air is a Newtonian fluid. Because I know what a non-Newtonian fluid is. I didn't know there was such a thing as a Newtonian, but I suppose if you get a non-Newtonian, you've got to have Newtonian, with it being the opposite. That one was weird. Used the fans to form a vacuum. Yeah, that was. It was supposed to be a bit like Concorde, wasn't it? Where it created, is it a Ventura tunnel effect, to release the low pressure, to lift it to create less drag or something like that. I was thinking Nintendo, but I don't think it's Nintendo. I think we might be talking something a bit more modern than that, Tommy. Would be nice to know. Yeah, we'll come back to that one. Hydropneumatics, yeah. Jody Schlecker. I've heard of him. Yup, he is. I got the answer, but I was surprised the answer wonders if others would guess it right. Aerodynamics is part of the coefficients of lift of Beryllium's formula, though. Yes. Because the coefficient fluid dynamics is the CFD, isn't it? What they refer to. Again, if I have a friend that had childhood cancer and used to get invited to talk about it at Carfest, Chris was shouting and complete arsehole, apparently. Yeah, fastest car up Goodwood had a fan sucking it to the road. Yeah, well, they do, because of the amount of grip that they just generate. I'm trying to think of this game, this computer game. I would say it's probably something more modern than we think. That's what my thought process would be. It's a little bit more modern than we would all sit here and go, oh yeah, because I think it would be. I'm going to stick that screw in there, take that off and stick it down like that. Because I think more games are sold in, let's say, 2016 than they would have done in 1980, even though 1980 games probably got more longevity. So I would say the answer to James's would be, I don't play computer games, so I can't really say definitive, but I would say it's probably something like a, oh dear, maybe a Call of Duty era game or something like that. It's not going to be Pac-Man, because even though that's an arcade game, it was never sold as such, was it? Until much later on in its existence. So I think it's got to be something which was and I don't think it's a Sega title either. But that's a really good question, that, James. That's got me pondering. So, does anybody in chat know answer to this before we before it does my head in? I go, I don't know. Just tell me. What is the best-selling game of all time in the United States? Computer game, I presume you did say that, didn't you? PCDD is like the Quizmaster. I'm thinking it out. I've got quite a logical brain with stuff like this. I'm a bit like that. But yeah, I'm just thinking about the amount of people who are in the computer game market.
Oh, you!
I'm thinking about the amount of people who are in the computer game market for that period of time. I'm making a right ash of putting this drive in. He just doesn't want to play. The screws are not lined up properly or anything. It's a bit of a... Right, get that tightened up to there. Stick that down. Right, that's going to hold it sufficiently because it's on an SSD drive. It's not going to go anywhere. Not the greatest work, but it will be sufficient. Is he talking console? For a while, it was Flappy, wasn't it? Ah, because it could be if it's a game console. I'll look up the best-selling game now. I was just going to say, could it be something like what's that game that everyone plays on the phone? Royal Rumble, whatever it's called. I don't know what it's called. Royal Match or something like that. I do like a good quiz. It's quiz night on Tuesday. I will be attending the quiz night on Tuesday at my running club to see how well, how badly I do. I'm usually not too bad. It's usually out of 40. Same team normally wins every week because they are very, very clever. And I hold my own, which is a bit annoying for most people because the second corner holding my own. But no, I can hold my own at most quizzes to get a fair few answered correctly. I'm gonna have to move this back. It's still not going in. I'm making an absolute dog's dingle of this, so please don't take this as the right way of doing it. It is completely and utterly not the right way. We're going to put that one in there. This should now give me enough spacing just to get my cabling in. Yeah, it is. Oh, dear me. Do you know when you're just having one of them moments? And you just think, why? Why, oh why, oh why, oh why. I'm going to move that back again to there. Ah! I'm growling at it now. I don't get it at all. Do you know why? I can tell you exactly why this is having this effect on me. Because James has asked me to do two things at once. He's asked me to think and do this. We all know I can't multitask. I cannot multitask at all. Right, that's one bit in. We just need to get the silly cable bit in now. I am Heath Robinson in this to some degree, gentlemen, or ladies, or people, dogs, cats, goldfish, whoever. Ooh, yeah. Never good. Big chunk of cable missing there. We definitely don't want that to get damaged. We definitely don't want that to get damaged. That cable is just disintegrating. Oh. I'm not even looking at chat now. You can tell I'm getting frustrated because I can't even read chat at the same time. Let's have a look. I'm certainly having an Andy moment. I have a licensed copy of... Oh, wait, did he give answer? Minecraft. Snake on Nokia. Snake would have been a good shout, EDM. Snake would have been a really, really good shout on that one. I didn't get my original question. I know. I have a licensed copy of that. I downloaded Minecraft about 10 years ago because I thought, what's it all about? I think I turned it on once. James' question was the console not. Yes. So I am having a senior moment, I would say. When you get to 65 years of age, you do have quite a few senior moments. Oh my gosh, can I get it in the hole? Can I? Hell. Which is the story of my life when you get 65 years of age. Come on. Done it. Didn't look pretty. Did not work well either. So I'm going to leave those a little bit flexible and I'm going to shove a screw in that back one, which is going to be that one just there. Not looking forward to that. Get in the hole. There we go. Walk that down a bit. Done. Can't believe how fiddly this is. I normally fit SSDs in. I probably normally fitted an SSD and install Windows, and these aren't now going to go on because I've put them over. And breathe, and breathe, and breathe, and breathe. I meant to put them underneath. I put them over at top. I'm going to have to do it all again. But fortunately, see, this is how easy it is when you do it right. So guys, that's your first lesson in not to do it like that. So we'll stick some screws in here. I think there's only 3 screws going in here. 1, 2. So I hope everyone was paying attention on how not to actually install that in there. If you've got any questions, please email jfix@jfix.com. He does it right, not like a cowboy attempt like me. What? Stick that there, stick that there. That's got that Wi-Fi card's making me chuckle. Right, we've got an output. We've got an HDMI output on here. Do you know what that means? We can all see what I'm doing. We can all have a look on OBS. On OBS and OBS, we can have a look. So, customer has requested Windows 10. Not Windows 11, Windows 10 on here. People are still requesting this. We had a conversation and he went, yeah, I'll have Windows 10. I went, are you sure? Because you're not going to have any support after this year. No, I'm happy to stay with Windows 10. And even when we haven't got support, I'll stay on Windows 10. I went, okay. So customer is staying on Windows 10 on this magic machine. So guys, just to remind you, if you are sat in chat, I do this kind of abysmal repairs daily. So please consider hitting that like button, or if you don't mind hitting the subscribe button, that is absolutely wonderful. I am chasing a subscription total of 400, yes, 400 subscriptions, yeah, that would be very nice. Oh, no, very nice to get to before the end of this month. So there's only 399 to go. Only joking. 398. I'm going to try and put that screen there. That is really precarious, but I'm not going to put the... Let me get Keely and Mickey out. So I've got Keely keyboard and Mickey the mouse. We need to see if it'll post. We have... Oh, it knows we've got a monitor. Oh, it knows we're using it as a monitor. That's always good. Stick those in that one. Always upside down. It's always traditional to get it in the wrong way. I am not going to bother with trying to get... the TV tuner working. I did explain that to him, that the TV tuner may probably not work. Okie dokie. Let's see if I can find on button. Probably not. It's there. Big button at top. Right, if we get a picture, it will appear in bottom right hand corner. So let's hope I can get a picture. Oh, if it appears in bottom, oh, operating system not found, which is good. We've not got any operating system. Woohoo! Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you, thank you. You are the first subscriber that I have got since updating my subscription message. So thank you very, very much, Chris. Very, very much appreciated on that.
Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. I am chasing, as I say, 400 subscribers. I'm in a race with Rusty Russ Repairs. If you don't know who he is, give him a check out as well. You can easily find Rusty Russ Repairs by going onto Twitch and typing in PCDD Repairs and then just hitting the subscribe button. No, Rusty Russ Repairs is Rusty Russ Repairs on here. So I'm in a race to. He's at 404, I think he's at. So I'm in. He doesn't know I'm in a race. I'm just in a race, trying to get somewhere near it. Just if anybody happens to bump into Russ, just let him know. No, he's a good guy, Russ. So I'm aiming to get to 400 by end of month. But I do this most days. Screen format full, and it says no operating system. Why the hell are you not letting me in? We're just gonna have to. Anybody know what BIOS key on a Sony computer is? Because it's not any of the ones I'm trying. Just bash everything on keyboard and see if we can get into the BIOS. Come on, come on! F2, no, I'm pressing F2. Keep saying no operating system found, which I know there's no operating system found because I'm looking at you. Have we got any other diagnostic buttons on here? That is really bizarre because the USB light is actually flashing. So my USB, which is sitting here, I can't show it on screen until it posts, and I put some drivers on. Obviously, F12. I've just tried F12 as well. It's just there's no clues coming on screen. No operating system found. No, it's not them. I wonder if it's shifting a key. No. Is there an assistance button next to the power button? Sometimes they have one, don't they? But no. Oh, monitor on and off. No, 3D, TV, and 3D. It's got a 3D setting on it. Can you see that? You probably can't. It's got a 3D button on it. I've seen it. You see that? Oh, it's heavy. It's got a 3D button on it. You probably can't see it, but that says 3D TV monitor, and we're certainly on monitor 3D, and it's a Blu-ray player. What's in it as well? We've got no diagnostic buttons to get into BIOS on the back. Input and output. It's definitely an output. Monitor only. No. And there's nothing down that side. Oh wait, then what's that one? Assistance. It's not next to the power button. They've hidden it. They've hidden it away. Onto that one. Press number 1. Zip. It's down here. So turn it off if it's anything like Lenovo. Yeah, keyboard's working. It's just. Alright, that's powered off. You missed via logo flash briefly. Yeah, it's. I've got a thing. I just can't get into the BIOS. There's an assistance button that's sat down here. So I can grab this telephone call, gentlemen. PC repairs, how can I help? Sorry, gents, that's somebody coming on Monday. So I just need to... that one there, and text him the address, which I have on a shortcut key. So that's the full address text. Right, so start Windows, we're under that. Start from network, select BIOS, start from a USB. And it's mouse controllable. That's nice, isn't it? We need to add the enroll from disk. We will try and get this on OBS. But at the moment, as you can see, we have nothing on OBS. Now, I wonder, since I've told it to enroll that, will it be intelligent enough? No. It just goes straight back into boot, like Lenovo's do. So I'll shut that down again. Come on. Go off. Assistance key, which is down there. And we will see
without running dog over. Right, this is about as best you're going to get the picture as the time being, because oh, I turned computer off. I'm a nugget. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot.
Oh no!
Oh no!
No, oh no, all right. From USB Media. So there we go. It's not going to get any better than this until we can get on. I was turning lights off and I turned the computer off at the same time. Oh, a deer, a female deer. Now we do have a little bit of writing in that top corner. So we'll try and zoom out and give you full screen. This is going to boot into Ventoy. If nobody knows what Ventoy is, it's a thing what you can format on your memory stick. So I'd say pretty big memory stick. This is a 1 gigabyte, terabyte, sorry, but you can just use a 64 gig if you want. And then you can just drop the ISOs on there and it'll list multiple ISOs. So you can then just choose it, puts them in a memory format, don't have to do anything else. You literally drag the ISO and drop it there. And do it, and it puts it in a separate hidden partition so you can keep on filling that up with ISOs and you can still use remainder of the memory stick as well. So I have my little light flashing on here, and I'm hoping within the next couple of minutes this will come up. If this doesn't come up within the next 2 minutes, that's not working very quick, but this is just a hard drive. I'll tell you what I will do, gents, whilst that's from that. I've just looked at the time because it's 10 to 3 and I need to do school run. Sorry guys. If you are wondering who I am, I do this. I'm blurred. Why the hell am I blurred? Is it my eyes? No, I'm blurred. Come on. Focus. No, you're going to have to put it with blurredness. Don't know why that's blurred. Why is that blurred? Somebody's got to know why that's blurred. Image, autofocus, face. There you go. Global. That's better. Not blurred now. You took your glass off. Whoa, where's everyone gone? Where's everyone gone? Yeah, so I've got a shoot on school run, guys. I do stream generally multiple times a week. I've streamed the third time this week. Fourth time this week. Next week I will be streaming maybe Monday day. Predominantly computers and PCs and laptops. Therein I've done 2 circuit board repairs. I have got some circuit board repairs to do next week because we've ordered parts from today. But it could be anything what walks through the door. It's my own business, so whatever walks through the door, whether it's circuit board repairs, hard drive screens, monitors, batteries, you name it, computer related, that I do it on stream, trying to make it as interesting. I do engage an awful lot with chat, so if you are sat here, please consider hitting the like button before you disappear, or very much appreciated if you don't mind hitting the subscribe button. That will be amazing as well. I am chasing that down, but I'm going to shoot out on school run. I've been streaming today for just short of 6 hours, so they are generally, that's just come up as well, so it is coming up. So I'm just going to install Windows to this through Ventoy. But yes, guys, have a super weekend. It's doubtful that I might stream tomorrow morning, but it's extremely doubtful. Oh no, I won't, because I've got the appointments tomorrow in Chesterfield. So it will be probably next week. But we will catch up on the flip side of next week, and if not, in somebody else's chat. But again, guys, thank you so much for being here today, and thank you to everybody, if you're still in chat, for helping earlier. A couple of superstars again there. Can't thank you guys enough. And yeah, any new viewers, thanks for coming in. Any old viewers, thank you so much.
Yeah,
so I'm going to sign off, guys. I have got a tiny one. This is installing
PCDD, you little shit.
and I am definitely a little chip, without any shadow of a doubt. So, guys, I'm gonna shoot off, and I will see you all probably next week one day, and we'll live to fight another day, getting some more bits done. But you can see now that is just coming on, so I'll press that, and then I can shoot on school run. See you later, guys. Have a good weekend. Bye bye. End.